Hey guys, tonight we slip into fading daylight where stones remember horse hooves, and every closing gate whispers secrets. You catch that last amber glow staining your fingertips like old honey. Market lanterns blink, awake one by one, each flame battling the twilight chill behind you. Shadows deepen along worn cobblestone grooves where 15 generations of merchants wore down the same path. Breathe in, that's gingerbread cooling under linen cloths, and the tang of oak barrels drained of wine. Breathe out and feel the city exhale with you. 3 stray cats dart past your ankles, night shift workers reporting for duty. Don't worry, they're just heading to inspect the fishmonger's abandoned crate. Now humor me. Look at your screen right now. You're probably curled up somewhere soft, phone glow lighting your face. Comfy. Good. You'd last 10 minutes tops in 1600s Lviv. No flashlights. No Uber home. Just wolves howling beyond the city walls. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Seriously, no pressure. Those medieval merchants didn't survive on hollow compliments either. Tap where you're watching this, town name and local time. My producer insists it's creepy. I call it connection. Me, recording from a closet, because my cat claimed the studio couch again. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your boots scuff stones laid when Shakespeare was scribbling Hamlet. Fact. Workers packed them tight with river sand to mute wagon wheels at dawn. Feel how they slope downward, guiding rainwater toward hidden cisterns. Historians still argue whether Lviv or Crackle had the first cobblestone streets. Beside you, a butcher's awning flaps, its faded stripes stained with generations of slaughter. Pigeons huddle underneath, debating crumbs like tiny feathered lawyers. Watch the light now, gold dissolving into plum, into velvet, into nothing. That high window, a lacemaker's workshop. She wound her last bobbin 3 hours ago, leaving behind threads as fine as spider silk. A keg rolls somewhere, hollow wood bouncing over stones. It sounds like a drunkard stumbling home, but it's just the wind nudging leftovers. Funny, no one remembers Lviv had Europe's first street lamps. Tallow candles in iron cages, lit by orphans paid in stale rolls. Tonight their ghosts hover near rusty brackets, watching modern bulbs flicker. You pass a shuttered bookstall, its owner's spectacles left on the counter. Glass lenses catch the dying light, twin moons against weathered wood. Cinnamon tickles your nose from some hidden pastry crate. Follow it, and you'll find apple cores tossed carelessly near a drain pipe. That creak, just the clock tower adjusting its shoulders, burdened by another sunset. Your shadow stretches 10 feet tall, a charcoal smear over vendor stalls. Notice how it wobbles, the lanterns dance mimicking your pulse. Cold seeps through your soles now, even with modern shoes. Imagine horsehair socks and leather boots lined with moldy hay. Yeah, you'd be begging for heated insoles by now. To your left, a forgotten hairpin winks from between stones, silver probably dropped by a merchant's wife racing home. A museum fact: ladies hid gold coins in their braids during wartime. But here's a quirkier tidbit: gatekeepers believed whistling at sunset attracted goblins. Workers hummed instead, tunes passed down like secret handshakes. Hey, focus. The light's almost gone. Hurry toward the gate arch, its stones still warm from centuries of sunbathing. One lantern swings violently, casting frantic shapes over carved saints. Just a stray breeze, not a thief's hand. Probably. Your breath frosts the air, though you swore it was warm a minute ago. That's Lviv evenings, summer to winter between heartbeats. A shutter slams above you, startling a dozen sparrows into flight. Their wings churn the dusk, a rustle like silk skirts fleeing a dance. Stop. Listen. Church bells 5 streets over, counting seconds you've already lost. Hands in pockets now, fingers brushing lint and maybe a crumb. That's dinner if you were a 17th century beggar. Better savor it. Smell that. Wood smoke and wet wool, comfort smells, here since plague years. Inhale deep, let it coat your lungs like old varnish. See where shadows pool thickest. That's where silk traders once unrolled midnight blue fabrics, passing them off as Persian, though woven locally. Step around a dark puddle. It's probably just rainwater, but your brain whispers ox blood. Thanks, brain, very helpful. 3 more steps, and you'll bump the gate itself. Iron bands cool under your palm. Touch the deepest scratch, a bear's claw mark from 1623. Notice the silence behind you, stalls sleeping under canvas shrouds. Above, the first star pricks through plum-colored sky. Make a wish, but keep it small. Tonight's magic deals in whispers, not miracles. Your phone buzzes, but you ignore it. Here, in this twilight, you're just another shadow waiting for the lamps. Far off, a dog barks. Then another. The Canine News Network reporting your presence. I promise they're all behind fences, mostly. Lean against the gate, its wood groaning softly. Did it just give way? No. Centuries old, it'll outlast us all. When you turn back, the market's vanished into blue-black ink. Only lanterns remain, golden islands in a rising tide of night. You hear the jangle first, a metallic yawn rippling through the growing dark. The old guard stretches arms thin as fence posts, his spine popping like kindling snapping. Today's duty pressed hard into those shoulders. You see it in the slope of his tunic, threadbare, where armor chafed generations past. Historians agree, Lviv's gates sealed at dusk each night, regardless of royal carriages still rumbling toward the arch. Tradition carried more weight than impatient nobles. Your boot scuffs a cobble, and he turns keys swinging like wind chimes in a lazy storm. A smirk cracks his stubble. Counting minutes won't hurry the moon. His breath hangs, visible proof that autumn's chill outpaces summer's memory. Wood creaks beneath his heel, the groan of oak planks older than Poland's first constitution. He shifts his weight, the leather satchel at his hip, clanking with more than iron. Watchmen once hid charms against night spirits, a rampant medieval habit. Did this one clutch a dried frog or stolen saint's finger in there? The truth whispers in his cautious glances toward alley mouths. Market shadows stretch longer now, lapping at his boots like liquid smoke. You catch the tang of his dinner lingering, sauerkraut and sausage wrapped in rye crust. He taps a keyhole, fingers moving with muscle memory deeper than fatigue. Muscovite invaders almost shattered this gate in 1655. Yet the lock still bites, a defiance worn smooth by time and oil. He chuckles, a sound like gravel poured onto parchment. Her hinges sang prettier when I was 20. His eyes drift to a mason's mark carved near the lintel, a wolf swallowing its own tail. City records lost the stonemason's name centuries back, but his symbol endures, staring down emperors and pigeons alike. A stray cat weaves between his legs, purring for scraps he's carried since noon. The fishmonger tosses them. You remember windowed bones wrapped in yesterday's broadsheet. The guard bends stiffly, offering a morsel as gray as the twilight. Key teeth squeal against tumblers, a sound that raises hairs on your neck. Historians still argue whether guards napped upright during winter sieges, still as gargoyles on cathedral eaves. His slow blinks fan that debate like bellows on embers. Cobwebs shiver above the archway as he steps back, surveying the plaza's emptying stage. The worn plaza stones remember more than feet. They recall bread riots and coronation, flowers trampled into perfume. You taste metal in the air keys, or anticipation, or the ghost of a blacksmith's thousandth nail. The rightmost door gives first, dragging a half-moon arc in the grit. Its twin resists petulant as a child denying bedtime. He braces a shoulder, the wool of his coat straining. Joints older than steam engines grind through the task. At last, with a kiss of oak on oak, night swallows the market's beating heart. Silence pools, where haggling doubled the city's noise at noon. Only his breathing punctuates the quiet now, a wheezy rhythm timed to the distant monastery bell. He pats the gate like a farmer blessing a plow horse palm, lingering on splinters polished smooth by touch. Tradition demands he walk the perimeter once, check shadows for stragglers, listen for drunken merchants locked inside with their unsold silk. His lantern bobs away, yellow light lapping at cobbles where apple carts once overturned, spilling fruit like rubies across the stones. You catch a final flicker off his keyring before darkness reclaims the square. The last living soul guarding Lviv's dreams trudges home, boots scuffing the same path his grandfather wore smooth. His yawn echoes now, unfettered, a sound as ancient as gatekeepers themselves. Night swallows it gladly, folding the weary note into velvet silence, a lullaby spun from centuries of yawns and turning keys. You smell the dye, before seeing its source bitter and powdery as crushed beetle wings. The fabric merchant wrestles, Indigo bolts taller than his son, each roll swallowing dusklight into its folds. Silk Road traders once prized this blue above silver, their camels swaying under precious loads. Watch his wife snap linen, covers over stacks, like putting restless children to bed. Copper pots chime a farewell chorus, nesting into straw-lined crates. One winks at you, its belly still reflecting a sunset. It'll never cook under tonight. Medieval brewers believed polished metal scared off bruise-spoiling imps, judging by the vinegar scent lingering near pickle barrels. Maybe some imps won tonight. Hurry, Esther, the gate's teeth bite at idle hands. The cloth merchant's voice frays at the edges, a rope strained by too many deals. You spot jugs hidden behind his cart. Could that hint at Lviv cider? Or the urine dyers used to fix colors faster? Historians still argue whether blue fabrics adorned only nobility, or if clever commoners sneaked scraps into their hems. Baskets gulp down embroidered sashes, their threads still humming with morning's haggling. A dropped needle glints, silver sliver against cobblestone teeth. You almost miss the potter's muttered joke. My cups dream of lips. My bowls miss the babushka who pinched their rims all day. His laughter mixes with ceramic clinks, a sound thinner than cathedral bells. Overhead, loose shutter hinges screech like angry geese. A balcony gardener rescues geraniums from night chill, her nightly rescue mission unbroken since spring. Cold already licks at stacked tin cups, their once steaming throats now mute. Feel that ache as a wool seller folds her canopy. Same mournful slump as theater curtains hiding a final bow. Rattle, clank, someone's careless kick sends a spoon skittering toward gutter darkness. The tinker chases it, muttering oaths older than his rusty trade. He'll find that spoon tomorrow, same place lost wedding rings and stray cats nap. Lanterns dim as oil wicks starve. Golden puddles shrink, retreating from cobblestones like shy tide creatures. Your shadow stretches longer now, thin, as the lies merchants told about fabric origins today. Moscow linen, pure as snow. One croaked this morning, though experts think half the stalls sold dyed hemp printed with cedar blocks. The final copper basin vanishes under burlap, snuffing the last reflection of lingering twilight. Silence descends, thick as the felt blankets a hawker rolled up hours ago. Only a child's lost wooden horse beneath the spice stall breaks the emptiness, waiting for small hands to gallop it home at dawn. A cracked wheelbarrow accepts its bruised cargo, each apple thudding like a tired heartbeat. 17 summers back, the same orchard trembled under Cossack hoofbeats, yet these trees still give. Ripe fruit wears road dust like powdered sugar, but you know sellers scrub them come dawn. Meddlers roll too, those forgotten fruits Romans stewed into love potions. One escapes toward sewer grates, an outlaw fleeing tomorrow's pie filling. Honey residue glues your souls to cobblestones where stalls once stood. Afternoon's golden pools fossilize into sticky amber scars. Ants stage daring raids over your footprints, tiny armies drunk on crystallized sweetness. Queen Bona Sforza imported Italian beekeepers centuries back, though whether they smuggled Milanese hives remains unproven. Beetle wings shimmer in the mess, pretending to be stray sequins from a dancer's gown. Phaeodor's lazy sons forgot the cripples again. An old woman prods windfalls with her cane, cherrywood tapping Morse code insults. She pockets 2 blotchy ones for jam that'll outlive me, God willing. Her apron bulges, suspiciously kitten-shaped, but you pretend not to notice. The cider press owner sings off-key while loading speckled rejects. His tune mentions St. Nicholas tossing apples to orphans, and Vodnik river spirits souring barrels for fun. Each verse ends with a phlegmy cough, the real reason his drink tastes smoky. Historians still argue whether monks first fermented Ukrainian apples, or if peasants copied Turkish sherbet tricks. Either way, judging by the press owner's lopsided grin, today's batch might blur those answers further. Ungathered cores, brown near the well teeth marks, confessing secret snacks. Children's sticky fingerprints decorate the pump handle, a mosaic of vanished mischief. You spot a walnut rolling with the apples, likely dropped by ravens who argue over attic treasures. Their caws mimic the gatekeeper's rusty key ring, nature's cruel callback. Pumice piles steam faintly flesh and seeds, returning to earth before reaching the cart. Legends say witches buried apple waste under new moon frost, brewing curses from wasted potential. Modern drunks just trip over it. Pickers weave between horses, their boots squelching through guts of the harvest. One worker hums a tune about star-crossed lovers, their initials carved on a tree, since swallowed by city walls. Onto the cart spills a crimson cascade, variety's Galician nobles once fought duels to name. A Gravenstein bounces off a wheel, suggesting gravity holds personal grudges. The head packer mutters about gout, whether his own or King Casimir's long-ago affliction. He doesn't specify. Workers swap rumors, new apples spread blight, though that could just be the coal smoke coating leaves tonight. Scents shift as bruised skin meets twilight air, sweetness turning sharp like forgotten wine. Farmers sniff for early rot, that sour tang betraying soft spots beneath perfect peels. Wool mittens grope for hidden defects, a fruit inspection by Braille. One younger vendor crosses himself after finding worm tunnels, spelling Cyrillic letters. Probably coincidence. Still, the cart creaks, wood straining like a bad back at day's end. Horse nostrils flare, unimpressed by this glutinous avalanche behind him. Drivers wrap scarves tight against fruit flies, fleeing their eviction. Pests abandoning ship before tomorrow's vinegar traps. Under wheel ruts, seeds press into mud. Next spring's hopeful volunteers. Pearl pale moths flutter near dropped honeycomb, sugar addicts risking sticky wings for one last fix. Their shadows mimic falling petals against the wheelbarrow's flank. You inhale decay and promise, Earth's oldest perfume, as the final apple surrenders to the dark. Leather binds sigh as they close, reluctant guardians of tales, paused mid-breath. You linger near a stall where paper moths flutter against oiled parchment, librarians of decay. Books tilt in teetering stacks, each arguing for attention like neglected courtiers. The bookseller plucks volumes with surgeon's care, his fingertips brushing gilt titles worn to ghosts. For such fragile things, they anchor wars. You know Gutenberg's press sneezed knowledge across Europe, but Lviv's first printers used hollowed-out cheese molds for type. A whiff of aged Edam still clings to some sermons. Tonight, a 16th century herbal tramples a romance novel, its crushed violets whispering cures for heartbreak. Closing, the bookseller's call startles a spider knitting lace across Aristotle's eyebrow. Volume by volume, shelves surrender their dreams. A plague manual thuds beside fairy tales, its cures for melancholy humors, now companion to talking wolves. Historians still argue whether King Danilo's lost psalter hid coded battlefield messages, or just terrible poetry. Rain-stippled covers warp their pages, puffing like indignant pastry. You trace a water stain blooming across a guide to Polish heraldry, blue mold claiming noble crests. Under the counter, the owner's daughter hides a penny dreadful inside a hymnal, chaperoning scandal with scripture. He slaps shut a tithe ledger, its spine cracking like distant musket fire. Columns of sheep and grain fade, centuries-old math eroded by sweat and ink blots. Beneath, a pamphlet claims Krakow's pigeons enact miniature courts of love, ruling on stolen crumbs and rooftop infidelity. Twilight blues deepen the paper, plum-purple ink dissolving into shadows. A loose folio drifts downward, catching air like a wounded hawk. It lands in horse dung, tailored satire becoming fertilizer. The man wrestles a warped atlas, its maps unchanged since Lithuania sprawled toward Crimea. Dead countries, heavier than lead, he wheezes. Someone glued Constantinople facing Istanbul, last protest of a homesick scholar. Wind riffles open a prayer book, psalms fluttering like panicked birds. Gold leaf glints in the dying light, illuminating one phrase: blessed are those whose steps falter. The seller pats it shut, preserving that mercy for tomorrow's seekers. A crate swallows folk tales whole, woodworms already salivating over Baba Yaga's hut. Nearby, botanical sketches shiver as the artist's inked butterflies flex their wings. A pressed poppy crumbles, its scarlet heart dusting taxonomy notes. Wooden shutters yawn toward each other, hemming in darkness. Lamplight stripes the bookseller's arms as he lifts the last box, tattooed shadows mimicking his movements. He bends like a question mark, muttering curses at sadistic furniture builders. Behind his boot, a single page escapes. It floats haunted by half-penned love letters until snagged on a rusty nail. There it hangs, performing tragic monologues for uncaring cobblestones. Inside the stall's belly, ink mirrors the night sky. Both hold stories neither will disclose. You exhale slower now, aware of words returning to silence, of a world reduced to whispered footnotes against the dark. You drift toward a copper-dusted stall, its counter gouged by generations of sliding coins. A furrowed man hunches over leather-bound ledgers, fingertips stained blue from endless sums. His abacus beads remember mercantile empires, their clatter softer now than noon's frenzy. Each coin sings as he flips it, sweat-slicked groschen and weary thalers. You glimpse a 1632 Lithuanian penny marred by a bite mark, some starving soul testing silvers. S yer, yede, abn, as, te yeri, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. That's Russian for edibility, a failed experiment preserved in metal. Tin tokens pile up like defeated soldiers. They're stamped, eagles blurred by tavern counters. Historians still argue whether medieval Lviv taxed pickle sellers per jar or by brine volume. Either way, the brine always won. The trader squints at a false dinar, its lead heart disguised under gilt. He flicks it into a dented bucket labeled fool's gold. The clang echoes, a hollow punchline to some dead swindler's joke. Candle wax frosts his ledger's edge, preserving thumbprints from 3 centuries of accountants. Mold creeps across tax records from the Textile Guild, colonizing columns of silk debt. You catch the merchant's nose wrinkle, as if sniffing ledger must instead of fading lilacs. Coins migrate into velvet bags, their mouths cinched tight as misers' lips. One bag bulges with Muscovite kopecks, stamped during Ivan the Terrible's good mood years, allegedly. Their edges bristle like tiny golden hedgehogs curled in nap. A child's practice ledger lies open nearby, arithmetic smudged by plum-stained fingers. In the margins, tiny doodles of cats wearing merchant hats plot fiscal coups. He pauses mid-count, eye-twitching at a 1577 silver thaler. Crackle mint, apprentices snuck a rooster crowing Karwa into its crest. Fringe scholars insist this caused a papal embargo. Mainstream texts blame bad vodka imports. When his lamp gutters, he relights it with a tradesman's sigh. The flame licks at a dangling ledger tag. Accounts receivable, mostly unreceivable. Lightning scars zigzag through his inkwell, petrified tributaries of bad news delivered. He dips his quill, avoiding the crack where a bankrupt furrier reportedly shed tears in 1694. Salt crystallized there, clogging nibs ever since. Joke coins surface, prank pfennigs stamped with donkey heads chasing nobles. Still legal tender in hell, he mutters, tossing them with the counterfeits. His thumb finds a bloodrust splotch on page 309. Battle of Vienna compensation claims. No one knows if that's Ottoman or Polish blood, Both sides paid in ducats anyway. A mouse drags a button into the paid column, tiny conqueror annexing cotton territory. The trader doesn't notice, busy weighing bohemian pennies against basilisk scales. He chuckles at a debt note from 1583, financed entirely in goats. Someone scribbled kidnapped by wolves beside the creditor's seal. Interest accrued in bleats per annum. Dust rises when he snaps the ledger shut, centuries of ambition pressed between calfskin. The crack tastes like gunpowder and regret. Copper patina clings to your palm as you lean closer, greening saints and dead monarchs left behind. Their faces wore smoother than grandfather clocks, each life measured in market days. The trader shelves his abacus, beads shifting like prisoners, returning to cells. One remains tilted, forever questioning the math. His tally knife folds shut, blade scoring fresh wood instead of transaction sticks. Funny how debt feels lighter when carved in cedar instead of skin. Somewhere castle vaults groan under bullion piles, but this man's night ends with 3 chipped coppers in his vest, clinking homeward like a pauper's carol. Moths drink ink spills from his blotter, intoxicated on bankruptcy declarations. Their wings beat to Balentry, bookkeeping against the dark. He pockets today's earnings, fabric straining over Prussian steel weights. The scales sigh, relieved of judging honest ounces from desperate lies. You watch his shadow merge with others, 180 pounds of flesh, hauling 6 centuries worth of greed. His boot heel grinds a dropped kopeck into cobblestone, embedding commerce into Lviv's skin. Water from a grocer's hydrant swirls past, carrying ledger ash and the metallic aftertaste of traded lives. A musky darkness fills the stall, its velvet hush erasing numerals, debts, kingdoms. 3 street cats materialize, twining through table legs like liquid auditors. They find nothing edible, just the scent of hands that counted everything except joy. Wind riffles abandoned receipts, fluttering promises of payment into gutter confetti. The trader won't see dawn, but his numbers will outlive him. Overhead, constellations perform their own celestial accounting. Even stars keep ledgers, debating whether comets are assets or write-offs. Moonlight silvers the abacus frame, its bone beads glimmering like unearthed vertebrae. You imagine archaeologists someday puzzling over this. Proof: a civilization measured its soul in copper. Ink dries to tidal lines inside wells, places where ambition drowned at high tide. You touch the ledger's spine, still warmer than it should be, as if calculations smolder beneath leather. All markets end this way, not with shouts, but the soft snick of an iron lock embracing wood grain. Embers glow beneath the cast iron drum, a dying constellation of warmth against Lviv's chill. You inhale chestnut ash, that bittersweet December perfume clinging to wool coats since Habsburg times. The roaster scrapes his shovel, sending bronzed husks skittering into the gutter. His drum exhales one last smoke ring, a hazy zero marking tonight's profits. Only 87 sold. He mutters, 59 less than yesterday's feast of St. Nicholas. Fringe local lore claims roasting drums doubled as bread ovens during the 1648 siege, though mainstream guides omit this culinary improvisation. Children's footprints circle his stall, faded hopscotch patterns drawn in spilled honey. A boy's mitten lies abandoned near the coals, thumb darkening into toast. The roaster prods it with his shovel freeing caramelized wool from cobblestone. Someone's bedtime story just got tragic, he remarks. 19th century parents told kids vanishing vendors turned into street lamps, false comfort for those who missed the last bag. He empties the ash pan, gray snow sifting onto worn boot prints. Watchmen once collected these cinders for polishing nightsticks, until someone noticed it eroded the finish. Historians still argue whether Habsburg street vendors moonlighted as informants, their stalls perfect for eavesdropping on treasonous munching. You spot a lone chestnut rolling toward the curb, burnt shell, cracked like a frown. The roaster traps it under his heel. Heat seeps through leather as he grinds it into glittering dust. Carts creak past hauling vendors homewards, their lanterns swinging pendulums for the sleepless. A schoolgirl chases her runaway hoop, its wooden rim scorched by ember winds. Her braids bounce, mimicking the wings of pigeons startled from their roosts. Coal sacks slump like beheaded snowmen beside the stall. The roaster slings one over his shoulder, tensing at its weight. His grunt carries farther than intended, echoing off shuttered apothecary windows. Corners better than my ex-wife, barely, he tells the empty square. 3 coppers glint in his apron pocket, their combined value less than the nails holding his drum together. Shadows pool where joy buzzed hours earlier. Lingering sweetness tempts stray dogs, muzzles sniffing air for phantom treats. One terrier paws at scorched bricks, hoping to resurrect lunchtime. He dismantles the drum's chimney, its nested pipes collapsing like a metal accordion. Rust flakes twirl downward, copper snow settling on his sleeves. A watchman yawns at the corner, fingering the key ring at his belt. The roaster salutes him with a mock toast, steam rising from his coffee flask. Their camaraderie lasts exactly 4 seconds, dissolving when the watchman checks his pocket watch. Moonlight silvers the cooling drum, transforming scorch marks into ghostly maps. You trace continents shaped by burnt-on syrup, Australia clinging to the equator as Prague. Ash patterns shift under the breeze, forming numerals only accountants could love. The roaster sweeps them away, dispelling visions of unpaid invoices tangled with his DNA. He rubs grease onto the drum's joints, fingers blackening like a chiaroscuro painting. Hinges purr under the treatment, vowing not to seize before dawn. A convent's bell chimes 7.5 times. Someone always cuts the 8th mid-swing. They train novices to fear round numbers, he explains. Watching your puzzled expression, he adds business degrees, also scary. His cart complains when pushed, left wheel, remembering an argument with a tram track last May. Iron scrapes stone, drawing winces from attic dreamers above. You follow the ash trail toward Galician Street, gray petals marking his retreat. They'll dissolve by dawn, unlike cinnamon stains from morning's first batch. 17 steps from the square, he pauses beneath an amber street lamp. From his pocket emerges the unsold chestnut, its glossy surface catching gaslight. He flicks it toward a gutter grate, metal chimes as it finds darkness below. Somewhere sewers host a secret feast for Lviv's underminers. Dawn will repaint this street with sizzling butter and fresh cries of extra hot. But for now only, his whistled folk tune keeps cats company. The terrier resurfaces, licking carbon from bricks where warmth once radiated. Its tail wags at degraded memories of sugar. Proof happiness needs only residual heat. Your palm finds the drum's vacant footprint, cobbles still humming with spent energy. Above the stars perform their own roasting constellations, crisping to perfection in God's skillet. Wind riffles through handbills plastered on nearby walls, ripping a recipe for cinnamon cake mid-sentence. Ink sticks to your shoe, tattooing bake at 190 degrees onto leather. Don't tempt me, you think, stomping toward the cross street. 3 nuns glide past, their wimples stark against bakeries, exhaling dawn's first breaths. They glance at the drumless corner, crossing themselves like clockmakers, adjusting inner gears. From an alcove, the chestnut roaster's silhouette merges with night's palette. Only his flask glints, liquid moonlight sloshing with each weary step. Chimneys now dominate the skyline, crooked stone lungs, inhaling Lviv's dreams. You choose one retiring flame over another, walking the tightrope between warmth and sleep. Your shadow stretches 10 feet tall, a comical giant crushing miniature rooftops under its heels. Reality shrinks you back at the next corner, humbled by a jeweler's barred door. Embers wink out inside the roaster's portable forge, their afterlife spent warming crow's feet around his eyes. Somewhere, a child sucks honeyed fingers beneath quilts, secretly glad mother missed bedtime. Rusted chains rattle above the market gate, iron serpents awakening from their daily slumber. You crane your neck as pigeons erupt from the archway, their wings clapping like pages torn from prayer books. Twilight licks the bell's bronze skirt, weather vanes shuddering at the breeze's featherlight touch. Lviv's bell towers once marked curfews during Polish-Lithuanian rule, a metallic lullaby for merchants rolling up their awnings. Local boys swore pigeons nested inside cracked bells, mistaking their hollows for cozy caves. Historians still argue whether missing 16th century clappers were stolen or melted into musket balls during the K.H. Melnitsky uprising. The gatekeeper grips the winch, knuckles whitening like plaster saints in chapel niches. Chains slither through pulleys, groaning like grandparents rising from armchairs. 3 pigeons cling to the rising gate, joyriders hitching a lift to the rooflines. Your breath hitches, waiting for their tiny claws to slip. Fly or fall freeloaders, mutters the gatekeeper. His uniform buttons strain testimonies to years of pierogi breakfasts. A feather drifts onto his epaulette, nature mocking his authority with absurd precision. Violet streaks deepen above as the gate climbs higher, its shadow stretching into a keyhole shape. You half expect a giant's hand to reach down, twisting Lviv into perpetual bedtime. The left hinge shrieks, a sound that once sent Ottoman spies scrambling for earplugs. Cobblestones tremble beneath your shoes, tickled by vibrations from the archway's old bones. Watchmen used to drop keys from this height, measuring alarm response times by how fast vendors cursed. A nearby baker swears some stones still hold echoes of those metallic rain showers. One daring pigeon struts along the ascending gate, strut more fitting for a rooster in a henhouse. Its head swivels, calculating the drop to your shoulder with Hitchcockian calm. Don't even think about it, you warn, pointing to stray breadcrumbs in your collar. The bird veers off, pearl gray wings skimming a flower seller's abandoned stall. Chains pause midair, the gate frozen like a half-closed eyelid. The gatekeeper spits on the winch gears, an improvised lubricant. Metal grinds louder, awakening alley cats from their piss-marked thrones. Warmth radiates from the lamp above you, bulb battling encroaching dusk with a 60-watt yawn. Moths batter the glass, drawn to fake daylight like poets to cheap wine. Below, the first shadows of night bloom across deserted market stands, their outlines blurring into Rorschach smudges. The gate finally settles, a teeth-baring grin welcoming only darkness. Chains slacken, loops puddling like discarded corset laces. You catch the scent of ancient oak, resin weeping from cracks made by centuries of sealing the city's mouth. 10 pigeons circle the archway, forming a feathered halo round the bell's mute head. For 8 generations, farmers predicted rain by counting birds perched on that bronze dome. Meteorologists hate this trick, mostly because it works better than their satellites. Wind sneaks through the gate's gap, whistling a Carpathian folk tune between planks. Your coat flaps in sync, a clumsy dance partner unaware of its rhythm. Somewhere beyond the arch, a shop shutter rattles, aping the sound of dice tumbling in a cup. The gatekeeper rubs his lower back marriage of lumbar strain and bad mattresses. Never fast enough for my supper, he grumbles, squinting at a bakery's glowing sign down the lane. He pulls a handkerchief, embroidered clumsily, with hearts from his breast pocket. Sweat gleams on his forehead as he wipes grit from the pulley system. Forgotten love gifts make decent grease rags, sentimentality, surrendering to practicality. After 50, moonlight catches stray pigeon, down spinning through the air fairy dust for cynics. You remember city elders once tried training them to deliver ration cards during wartime. The birds kept misplacing orders near pastry shops, feathered anarchists with sweet teeth. A final chain shudder ripples through the square, echoed by two shutters closing above a spice merchant's stall. Someone coughs 3 streets over, humanity's last objection, before silence swallows Lviv. Footsteps retreat, the gatekeeper's boots scuffing toward his overdue dinner. His key ring jingles, each second note slightly flat, a carillon for the famished. You linger beneath the arch, eyeing the bell's motionless clapper. Restraint fills the air, as if the city is tightening its corset before the ball of night. Cobblestones cool underfoot, bleaching moonlight stealing, stored warmth from their stony hearts. Your shadow twins itself, stretching west toward the opera house, while your body faces east. No one tells you which version to follow, so you split the difference. High above, a delayed pigeon flaps after its flock, straggling like a comma at sentence end. Its coos blend with retreating footsteps, audible ellipses trailing into velvet black. Only now do you notice cold iron beneath your palm, gate, wood long stripped and replaced by desperate centuries. 8 layers of paint peel under your thumbnail, history's manicure flaking away in cobalt and oxblood. Stone scrapes stone as you lean back, the archway arching its spine against your shoulder blades. Spires prick the horizon, pins holding heaven's curtain closed until dawn. Stars flicker awake, burning through twilight's last gauzy resistance. The bell remains silent, its tongue tethered, until morning's first sinner's need chastising. You could climb the tower, could tug the rope yourself, could watch sleeping Lviv jump like a guilty cat. But warmth calls from a terraced house down Dyleva Street, candlelight flickering behind jade curtains. The gate's throat rumbles, half-lidded guardian, ready to snap its jaws at dawn's first kiss. Your heels pivot, grinding minute sparks from antique pavement. Night folds around you, stitching its obsidian quilt as you walk toward wool blankets and bitter tea. The bell doesn't say goodbye, doesn't need to its iron lungs, hoarding breath for tomorrow's reveille. Last moth gives up, spiraling into the gutter as false suns extinguish. Only street lamp halos pool beneath the arch gold coins spilled by a careless moon. There, between empty stalls, you see her. The florist, palms cupping one last rose. Its petals drip twilight, dew like stolen diamonds. 8 hours ago, this stall brimmed with Provençal lavender, Polish tulips, even Dutch chrysanthemums, smuggled through 3 borders. Lviv's flower market once supplied Habsburg ballrooms, its blooms stamped on aristocratic menus like vintage wines. She rotates the rose, checking for brown edges with a seamstress precision. Medieval herbalists believed roses plucked at dusk held stronger magic, could cure sour milk or repel jealous neighbors. Historians still argue whether Empress Elizabeth's famous Lviv bouquet contained poison roses or just bad luck. You need a dropped petal between fingers, velvet surrendering to pulp. Symbolism feels heavy tonight, like the time your aunt gifted you roses at a funeral. Least this bloom escapes metaphor duty, destined for no romantic clichés. Unsold, she murmurs, though whether to you or the flower, you can't tell. Stems rustle in buckets around her, ghostly applause for the petal cleanup crew. Water sloshes, blackened by stems left too long in their own shadows. Her apron pockets sag with penny tips and petal confetti. That's the carnation-heavy clutter of Valentine's Day, if romance ran a deficit. She snaps the rose's thorny ankle, surgeon removing problematic stilettos. Would have charged 10 hryvnia at noon, she sighs. Her voice shreds like overused burlap. You recall reading flower sellers once bribed guards with roses during trade embargoes, petals pressed into official seals like scarlet wax. 8 minutes pass, or maybe 9, as night air braids with the last lilacs. A market cat rubs against her ankle, leaving orange fur on stockings. Somewhere behind you, a shutter slams, but she doesn't blink. The rose tilts, its face more crumpled tissue than florets now. Dew slides off the outer petals, eager for gravity's drama. You half want to cradle it, rescue it from the compost bin of floral history. She sniffs the blossom's neck, disapproving schoolmarm with naughty pupil. Still sweet, she admits stubble of pollen glinting on her nose. Florists here train bees to test fragrance, or so the Apiarists Guild claims. Legends say St. George's Market roses never wilt if picked under thunder. Nonsense, confirmed by every June downpour. Her fingers dig behind the rose's ears, undressing it of limp greenery. You spot calluses, thumbprints rough as nutmeg graters. Modernity ruined flower thieving, DNA tracing petals like botanical snitches. When she tucks the stem behind her ear, petals kiss her graying roots. The bloom glows, haloed by frizz, escaping her braid. You want to applaud this tiny rebellion against practicality, but swallow the impulse. Rose oil blooms in the air, volatile as forgotten arguments. 16th century perfumers drowned roses in vats, suffocating 4,000 blooms per ounce of essence. Your nose wrinkles, wondering if scent lingers more in memory than molecules. For me, she declares, daubing dew from her neck. Irony wilts. This defiant vanity feels sacred. Vendors once wore unsold flowers to funerals, advertising their trade as they mourned. Someone coughs across the square, watchman warning against loitering, but her hand rises, adjusting the listing bloom with Dowager Empress poise. You imagine dawn breaking with that rose still nestled there, witnessing wholesale deliveries like a sleepy spy. Cobblestones glisten where she spills her watering can, street drinking the stall's last drink. Buckets clang as she stacks them, inverse bell tower marking closing time. The cat yawns, stretching toward fish stalls, no one's admitting still smell. She unties her apron, revealing a dandelion yellow dress beneath. Who wears sunshine under a work apron except optimists or colorblind rebels? Historians would document this detail, miss the point entirely. Home, she tells the cat, though it's already stalking moths near the gate. You note no ring on her lifting hand, rose stem substituting for absent jewelry. 10 steps toward Vermenska Street, she pauses, adjusts the flower, tilts her chin up like a compass needle, finding true night. Perfume returns sugared decay dancing with fresh-cut grass. Silence thickens, the rose performing solo after the choir's exit. Petals shiver, catching lamplight reluctant to release them. You inhale their farewell, 2 parts dirt, 1 part ghost of spring. Market, mice creep from shadowed corners, nosing fallen petals. Let them feast, floral thieves digesting beauty into tomorrow's droppings. Her footsteps echo down the colonnade, each click syncopated against the rose's sway. You linger, studying the wet ring her watering can left on the stones. Evaporation already stealing the evidence. Night shift worker, erasing the day's mistakes. 1 petal clings to the stall's edge, moist curl hugging splintered wood. You pocket it, absurd trophy for surviving another dusk. Your mother's wedding pressbook crumbles with similar scraps, roses outlasting vows like botanical comedians. Horilka fumes drift from a tavern porch, better drank than sniffing flowers anyway. The petal warms in your palm, skin making its own dew now. Her distant laugh floats back, sudden and bright, startling a sparrow from its roost. Maybe she's remembering some florist joke, or just pleased at looting today's beauty. Darkness dips its pen in lavender ink, rewriting the market's inventory. Carts, brooms, scales all dissolve. Only the scent persists, rose and bleach dueling in your sinuses. Tomorrow, same stall, fresh bouquets, quoting 5 times their worth. No one mentions today's autopsy, petals clotting the gutter. Commerce demands we admire roots, not endings. Your shadow stretches toward her empty stool, nosy intruder, seeking gossip. Lamplight bleeds gold across cobblestones, flower stall's corpse illuminated by liquid butter. Step quiet, the dead deserve dignity. Wind lifts the lone petal from your hand, jerky kite without a string. It sticks to a wine crate, floral graffiti defacing tomorrow's export. You swear you hear humming, but it's just breeze combing through market gates. Melodies mimic what we crave. Another florist trick. Walk away before mist tricks your eyes into seeing roses everywhere. Pavement cools your soles through thin shoes, welcome counterpoint to petal sentiment. Winos emerge their bottles cheaper than vase water. Let them have the night shift, you're done botanizing nostalgia. Halfway down Teatrelna Street, you brush your ear. No rose, but phantom weight remains, as if she shared her secret through the dark. Candle glow shrinks, bone like courtiers before night's throne. Tallow puddles congeal in brass holders, last week's mutton fat surrendering to the chill. You recall butchers once sold candle drippings as arthritis cures. Medieval rubs nobody admits still surface in mountain villages. 3 stalls down, a wax stalagmite snaps, its crash muffled by straw bedding. 17th century Lviv find chandlers for skinny candles deemed dishonest light. The rulebook survives, stained with whale oil and bitterness. Smoke ribbons twist above dying wicks, ink-blot snakes seeking the rafters. That's the Marie Antoinette hair of candle corpses, all drama and no direction. Your eyes sting, history's campfire without marshmallows. A bead of wax pauses mid-drip, hovering like a trapeze artist with stage fright. Historians still argue whether burghers timed sermons by candle length or just bribed priests to trim the wicks. Night air riffles through the market aisles, frost fingernails on your neck. Shutters tremble, their paint cracking sotto voce critiques. Above the spice stall, 9 candles surrender in unison, darkness gulping their glow. One valiant flame lingers, cling to its hemp thread like a pensioner to gossip. You root for it, this underdog fighting entropy's tide. 6 minutes pass, or 7, before it sinks into its own wax grave. Silence floods back louder than the flame's crackle ever was. Your boot crunches a fallen wax shard, Pompeii of the pantry world. Vendors once embedded coins in candle bases for luck, gold teeth in grinning light, remaining wicks smolder, tattletales reporting the stall's coordinates to shadow battalions. Their smoke carries the nose burn of cheap schnapps and cheaper regrets. At the leatherworker's stall, a honeycomb candle collapses sideways, slumping like a drunk against ash. Beeswax was currency here under King Casimir, taxes paid in hexagonal gold. You imagine accountants weighing wax blocks, abacuses sticky with propolis. 2 aisles over, a shadow stretches, forked tongue tasting wax fumes. Rat or watchman, hard to say who owns the night shift here. Your sleeve snags a stall edge, sucking tallow, grit into the wool. Dry cleaners would charge extra for poetry and pig fat. Down the seamstress row, scented candles expire with theatrical whiffs, vanilla, lavender, rosehip. Their maker swore fragrances soothed hagglers, never admitting her essential oils cut with turpentine. The last flame drowns near the broomseller's post. Its death rattle, a hiss like milk, hitting a hot skillet. Market cats freeze mid-stride, fur electric with meaning. Darkness spreads, viscous as spilled molasses. Your hand gropes a stall pillar, fingers reading wood grain braille. Somewhere moth wings flutter, auditioning for the roll of leaves. Wax cools into topographies you can't name, miniature Alps greased with cow-fat snow. Step careful, your soles could rewrite whole mountain ranges. A draft carries the tavern's last laugh, salt blown from tomorrow's rim. Your thigh bumps a stool, its legs screeching against stones. From the cheesemonger's stall, rancid butter notes rise, proof some candles weren't worth saving. Napoleon's troops once looted Lviv's wax reserves, greedy for light, to plot more invasions. Moonlight bleeds through cloud slits now, dim grudge held against the dark. Your shadow sketches itself in weak silver, outline hesitant as a debutante's curtsy. Past the well, a hawthorn bush claws at shuttered stalls. Birds will steal wax for nests come dawn, waterproofing homes with market memories. You inhale carbon, the exhaust of stories burning too long. Sneak a wax lump into your pocket, souvenir or future fire starter. Guilt stickier than the prize. 4 roofs away, an owl mocks your thievery. You shrug fair trade for listening to candles die. Let voles digest the evidence by sunrise. Wind riffles your collar, chiding you for loitering in graveyards of light. One last stall beckons, its eaves dense, with candle stubs like barnacles. The iron candle stand has teeth marks, some vendor's frustration made manifest. Bite back at life. Why should metal escape unscathed? Distant church bells bicker over the hour. 3 parishes, 3 truths. Your pocketed wax warms against your thigh booty, or burden not yet decided. Cats converge where the honey candle fell, licking sweetness from stone crevices. Let them binge feline diabetics of the dark. You turn toward Podvalna Street, leaving the candleless market to its vinegar dreams. One wick still glows behind your eyelids, afterimage scalded into your retina. 3 steps, then a sneeze. Wax dust, ghost of extinguished vows, attacks your sinuses. Laughter barks out, startling a bat from the clock tower. Smoke follows you, nostalgia's cheapest perfume. Tomorrow's candles wait in cellar boxes, wicks coiled like sleeping snakes. The pocket lump melts against your hip, forming to your shape. Secret sharer, alliance written in combustible code. Dawn flexes its gray muscles eastward, light's debtor coming to collect interest. You quicken your step, better not witness the reset. Your shadow stretches gaunt across the square, twice your height and thrice your anxiety. Lamplight bleeds through shutters, casting merchant phantoms onto weathered boards. Their arms elongate, swinging invisible purses and phantom cabbages. You duck as a shadow sausage swings near your temple, dodging remembered haggles from noon. 17th century bylaws required shutters at dusk, containing candlelight like fireflies in cupped palms. One innkeeper famously argued his shadows counted as public lanterns, paid extra for civic duty. 2 stalls down, a spectral baker slams dough on the countertop. His silhouette's knuckles bulge, forearms wiry with generations of kneading. Historians still argue whether shadowphobia fueled Lviv's early curfews, or if drunks just hated getting mimicked by their own darkness. The spice seller's profile leans conspiratorially, whispering to a customer who isn't there. His pointer finger jabs toward invisible jars. Could be saffron, could be centuries-old dust. You half expect prices to echo from the planks. Scarlet for pepper, gold for lies. Near the well, a ghostly weaver's hands flutter like trapped sparrows. Her braid unravels in shadow, a rope ladder descending toward hell or breakfast. You smirk, wondering if afterlife pensions cover loom injuries. A wagon's silhouette rests against a wall wheelless and resigned as a beached dolphin. Its phantom horse grazes on shutter knots, another Monday for eternity's commute. Watchmen's elongated boots patrol the archways, growing taller with each step. Their keying shadows could choke a bear. 13 generations trained to look imposing, even when flattened to 2D lamplighter logic baffles. He ignites 4 lanterns, leaving 16 in darkness. Work ethic of a caffeinated sloth. His outline dances ahead, a marionette jigging on petroleum strings. Bookstall shadows meld, towering into a librarian kraken. Page's tentacles grasp at roof tiles, hungry for overdue fines. You sidestep a dagger-thin shadow, some medieval butcher's cleaver still slicing time. Meat hooks swing empty, blunted by decades of vegetarian twilight. A fishmonger's profile gutted a shadow salmon for 3 straight minutes before you noticed. No fish, no hands, just muscle memory carved in lamplight. His ghost customers shimmer, translucent coins exchanged for ghost carp. Children's stick figure, shadows chase nothing down the cobblestones, laughter eaten by distance. Their game outlasts bedtime, little Dionysians of the dark. Fabric shadows billow from clotheslines, sepia flags of nations that no longer exist. That one with moth holes, Poland-Lithuanian Commonwealth circa 1569. Stray dogs piddle on shadow lampposts. Territory wars fought in negative space. They'd sniff your boots if they weren't busy committing treason against dignity. Shutter ghosts rearrange baker's need, smith's hammer, cobbler's tap. A silent film projected on splintered screens. No tickets sold, just you watching yesterday rehearse. Your own shadow betrays you, leaning left when you lean right. Traitor silhouette, probably gossiping with the hat stand's profile behind your back. 3 alleys converge, pitching shadow bodies into a drunken tango. Limbs knot, unravel not tighter. First rule of Shadow Club, never admit you're two-dimensional. A cat's outline arches, hissing at its lamplit doppelganger. Feline civil war, both sides think they're the original. Cool air slithers down your collar, night's tongue tasting your spine. Shadows deepen, ink thickening in the city's veins. You count 12 shutter shows before the square tilts eastward. Moon elbowing through cloud brawls, the drunkest shadow staggers into a doorway, dispelled like smoke by real oak. Others follow, retreating into plaster and memory. One last vendor ghost lingers, hat shadows dipping in farewell. His handshake outline dissolves mid-reach, business concluded, forever almost touching. Lamplights gutter, snuffing the stage. You blink as darkness floods back retinas, adjusting to absence. Footsteps echo from nowhere, a watchman's or your pulse's prank. Market square empties, except for pigeons debating philosophy on the well's rim. Your shadow retreats humbled by true night. It curls at your heels, ashamed of its theatrical length. Wind combs the square, rattling shutters loose from their shadow puppet masters. A single lamp glows above the locksmith's, last sentinel against starfall. You pivot toward Villagna Street, shadow bundled tight under your heels. Cobblestones gleam wet with dew or spectral apple juice from noon's crush, behind a shutter creaks, spilling trapezoids of buttery light onto stones. Second act callbacks come free in Lviv, encore included. Your shadow hesitates, then scurries to catch up. Your boots halt before the gate, its iron scrollwork blacker than crow feathers. A wind whistles through the gaps, carrying phantom scents of sheepskin and rye from centuries past. The watchman's lantern swings, casting a widow's peak shadow that stabs the cobblestones. He fumbles a key ring thicker than your forearm, 9 skeleton keys, clattering like dried bones. 17th century locksmiths designed them to resist Tartar lockpicks, or so city records claim. You suspect it was just job security for grumpy metalworkers. The first key misses its hole, scraping iron with a sound like owls vomiting. Historians still argue whether Lviv's gates locked at dusk to repel invaders, or just husbands lingering at alehouses. The watchman swears his breath, blooming in frosty puffs that vanish mid-curse. Key 2 jams halfway, refusing to turn. He kicks the gate, a hollow boom ricocheting off shuttered windows. Pigeons erupt from the archway, their wings snapping like wet sheets in the wind. Bastards stiff again. He mutters, greasing the key with lard from his pocket. A local legend claims the locks swallow animal fat better, ever since a butcher bribed a guardsman with sausage in 1631. The mechanism groans, spitting rust flakes onto his boots. You study the gate's teeth, pitted iron gnawing at empty air. Raindrops cling to the spikes, quicksilver beads trembling before their fall. 5 exact replicas gather dust in Lviv's History Museum. But this ogre still eats keys for dinner. Third key bites deep, the watchman's wrists straining like dock rope. Metal shrieks, a sound felt in molars, not ears. Across the square a cat bolts, its shadow divorcing its body mid-stride. A click punches the silence, too loud, too final, like God shutting his ledger. The watchman freezes, keys dangling like a hanged man's feet. Even the wind holds its breath. Still scares me, he admits, rubbing his wrist where a key bruised him in 92. Damned thing sounds like a coffin closing, don't it? Night seeps through the gate's joints, icy tendrils creeping toward your ankles. You imagine centuries of thieves, lovers, and drunkards halted by that click. 3 wars started beyond these hinges, bullets turning shy at its rust. The watchman tests each lock, tugging chains thicker than your sins. His gloves wear through at the fingertips, leather eroded by nightly ritual. 10 generations of his family guarded this gate, proving either devotion or poor career options. He leans on the wood, forehead pressing against a timber older than steam engines. The grain drinks his sweat, yearly rings memorizing another keeper's touch. Folk tales whisper that the gate absorbs voices, replaying arguments on moonless nights. Hear that? He tilts his head, ear flush against iron. Silence. Exactly, he grins. Means it's sealed proper. A bead of sweat carves a path through his stubble, plunging toward the cobbles. You envy his certainty while eyeing the keyhole's jagged mouth. He pockets the lard-stained rag, wiping his hands on trousers that have seen every Thursday since Idwo 1000. A broken lamp-hour flickers, giving the gate a jaundiced halo. Go on, he nudges you with his boot, not unkindly. It won't bite till morning. You trail fingers over frost-stitched iron, metal colder than a widow's wedding ring. Somewhere beneath layers of grime and rust, the original blacksmith's initials linger. EV died, falling into his own forge, if tavern gossip holds truth. The watchman whistles through his teeth, a tuneless verdict on the night. His keys sag, exhausted from their 1-minute war. Across the square, the last lit window snaps dark, blinking out like a dead pixel. You step back, letting the gate loom. Its shadow drapes over you, a king's funeral cloak stitched from pure absence. Wind rifles through your coat, suddenly eager to escape the square. The watchman's lantern gutters, oil sloshing like a drunkard's last drink. Sweet dreams, he chuckles, locking away daylight's ghosts. His boots crunch gravel, fading toward the guardhouse and its waiting cot. You linger, press a palm flat against wood, trembling with stored frost. Silence stretches, elastic thinner than snaps, as the gate exhales centuries of dust against your palm. Your palms sting with the gate's chill as you turn toward the bread stalls. Linen drapes hang limp like abandoned stage curtains after the final act. Beneath them, loaves huddle in iron racks, their crusts dulled by settling night. You catch the ghost of yeast, a scent that once thickened noon air with hunger. Now it's faint, drifting like a rumor through shuttered bakeries. 6 generations of Lviv bakers rose before dawn to shape dough into golden crowns. Their ovens birthed legends, and occasional charcoal bricks served with forced smiles. A breeze teases a drape's edge, revealing a rye boule slumped in shadow. Forgotten or spared for tomorrow's opening rush. Historians still argue whether nightwatchmen ever pocketed spare rolls or feared curses more than hunger. Flour dust glints on empty counters, mimicking starlight caught in cobwebs. Your finger traces a rack's cold spine, iron ribs stripped of their warm cargo. 18 loaves once crowded this frame, each scoring, unique as a fingerprint. Tonight, only crumbs colonize the grooves, tiny kingdoms awaiting the broom's invasion. Beneath the counter, a mouse freezes mid-nibble, its whiskers dusted white. It stares, cheek puffing with stolen crust before darting into a knothole. Smart rodent. Gluten intolerance is rough without modern medicine. Moonlight pries through rafters, slicing the flower clouds still dancing above. They twist, slow as cellar molasses, before surrendering to floorboards. Lviv's largest bakery once claimed this spot, until a Duke's Feast order bankrupted them. True story greed crumbles faster than shortbread. You lift a drape's hem, linen, snagging on your thumbnail. Underneath, a ledger lies open, its columns half filled with tomorrow's hopes. The baker's script slopes tired, ink blots proofing alongside the dough. 5 eggs promised, 6 paid, the math fuzzy as a focaccia's edges. A shuffle comes from the next stall, the watchman testing latches. His lantern light bleeds under the counter, painting your shoes amber. His shadow pauses, perhaps eyeing those mouse-gnawed crumbs before moving on. Alone again, you spy a flour sack slumped in the corner, belly half empty. Its cotton sighs when you graze it, exhaling the breath of 1,000 wheat fields. Some claim night air sours flour, so bakers bar their windows by dusk. Superstition, or a widow's excuse to explain her dense muffins. Wind rifles the ledger's pages, flipping days backward. September 3rd, 50 loaves sold. September 4th, rain and ruin. A pressed poppy seed marks the week's end, crimson as a baker's burned thumb. You lean close to a rack nose, almost kissing iron. Traces of warmth linger, memory of ovens banked hours ago. Bakers sleep now, their knuckles cracked from kneading, dreaming of dough that never overproofs. Catch one, snoring it, sounds like a sourdough starter's sleepy gurgle. Near the alley door, a broom leans, its bristles splayed like a peacock's tail. Too tired to sweep, it lets the night's quiet settle. Your boot grinds a lone sesame seed, its oil releasing a nutty whisper. Above, rafters creak, weighted with pigeon droppings and decades of rising steam. No bats, though. Turns out, winged rodents hate the tang of fermenting rye. The last drape falls shut, swallowing the moon's silver inspection. Flower motes wink out, dismissed by darkness. Only the mouse's rustle remains, negotiating crust treaties in the walls. From the street, the gate's final groan still vibrates in your molars. Echoes of age-old iron that no linen shroud can muffle. Bakeries rise, gates fall, and somewhere a watchman licks crumbs from his beard. Dawn feels impossible here, where even yeast dreams pause. You step back, letting night claim the stalls and their stolen secrets. Your sleeve brushes a rack, leaving lint on iron teeth. Tomorrow, a baker's apprentice will curse the mess, his hands already flouring at dawn's first blush. No one sleeps forever, not even bread. You step from flour dust into the cobbler's alley, where leather oil clings like summer sap. The shop's window holds polished shoes in rigid poses, soldier straight despite tired ankles. Inside, a lone candle gutters, casting shaky light on an unfinished boot. Its tongue lolls, a thirsty dog begging for one last stitch. Your knuckle wraps the doorframe, echoing down vacant lanes. No answer, just the squeak of a hanging all swaying in your wake. 17th century cobblers owed 3 pairs monthly to city guards, tax paid in souls and silence. The debt hide never tanned right, always stiffening near deadlines. You crouch before the abandoned workbench, fingertips brushing cold tools. A bone needle rests mid-thread, its eye still hungry for linen twine. Nearby, a thimble tilts, dropped like a miniature helm after battle. Historians still argue whether guild masters enforced thread counts, or let apprentices fake the seams. Leather scraps litter the floor, curled like autumn leaves at first frost. You lift one, its edge punched, with precise holes. Some swore cobblers hid coins in heel hollows, smuggling silver past tollman's greedy eyes. Modern x-rays proved 3 cases, all stuffed with love notes instead. The boot size when you lift it, toe cap patched with mismatched hide. Job interrupted maybe by supper calls or a wife's reminder about bedtime. Dawn would have brought fresh curses over the crooked welt, eyelids sandpapery from late night repairs. Moonlight slants through oiled paper panes, spotlighting a bristle brush frozen mid-swipe. Its horsehair flinches in your breath, remembering 900 shines before. You test the polished pot's crust, harder than decade-old varnish. Dublin cobblers once used stale beer for shine, though Lviv stuck to turpentine tears. An apron hangs limp on a peg, stained with oxblood dye, and yesterday's egg yolk. Its pocket bulges with walnut shells, perfect for filling toe gaps during fittings. Toss one to the floor, it skitters into shadows, startling moths off their lint buffet. A ledger lies open near glue pot remains, pages swollen with humidity. Faded entries record 2 zander fish and a chicken foot swapped for galoshes. Wages shrunk faster than rain-soaked kid leather, especially after the Swedes blockaded salt. Beneath the bench, wood shavings nestle against a cracked last. Barefoot princes once stood on these molds, sizing royal riding boots. Tonight, it's just a cradle for mouse droppings and boredom. Your thumbnail tests an awl point, still sharp enough to prick generations of calluses. Cobblers developed permanent thumb grooves from gripping needles, marking their trade long after retirement. Catch one napping, you'd spot leather-brown fingerprints on sticky church pews. Wind pokes through wall cracks, ruffling scraps of patterned calfskin. They flutter, shedding February's slaughterhouse snow from their follicles. A workshop truly ventilated if you ignored the glue fume headaches. Near the stairwell, a sock droops over the banister, heel worn to cheesecloth translucence. Someone planned to darn it post-boot crisis, then forgot under weightier woes. Holes make democracy, equal air for all toes. The candle drowns in wax, a miniature glacier swallowing its own light. Darkness thickens, licking at brass buckles and hobnails left mid-bag. Heavy work, forging 50 soul spikes before dawn. A thump sounds upstairs, floorboards creaking under featherbed weight. Dreaming, treadles pumping, ghost feet chasing sleep up winding staircases. Maybe the cobbler snores in D minor, the key of perpetually aching heels. Your sleeve snags on a stray nail, threads surrendering without protest. Nothing mends cleanly at this hour, even patience frays. Best leave the needle where it rests, half-hitched to nowhere. One waxed thread stretches across the bench, still lashed to its spool. You tug, it resists, then snaps, whipping air like a miniature lash. 3 centuries back, that pop meant missed rent for 24 widows. Pluck a peg from its jar, beech wood polished smooth by thumb grease. Toss it high, it strikes the ceiling, falling into pitch-dark oblivion. 10-second rule doesn't count if no one saw daylight's grip loosen. From Church Street, the watchman's cough rattles window panes. His lamp pauses, likely spotting your shadow through paper panes. 3 streets left. He'll not double back for curiosity's sake tonight. Silence floods in when his footsteps retreat, drowning stools and shears in black waves. Only your breath remains, fogging brass rivets gone cold as forgotten soup. You rise, knees cracking in sympathy with the floorboards. The boot glares up, tongue mocking your exit. Soul undone, eyelets naked, aglets missing like pulled baby teeth. Daylight will march in regardless, clients demanding miracles from bloodshot eyes. No sleep spins flawless brogues, yet cobblers pretend otherwise. Vanity stitches slipped between sunrise and second breakfast. A final glance shows the needle, silver sliver, abandoned mid-bite. Let night claim what calloused hands couldn't finish. Darkness darns gaps better than hurried fingers anyway. Your shadow peels off the wall, melting into alley black hunger. Behind you, the boot's mouth yawns wider, ready to swallow the moon hole. You nearly trip over a crate of sage bundles left in the watchman's path. Their dried leaves rustle accusations as you steady yourself against stone. Twilight clings to herbs hung above doorways, fennel fingers crumbling, rosemary needles pricking dusty air. The watchman's shoulder grazes a thyme bunch, sending petty theft perfume into his wool collar. 10 paces on he sneezes, blessing 17 saints under his breath. Medieval guards carried lavender for plague protection, though Lviv's men preferred garlic-packed pockets. You pluck a sage leaf, rubbing velvet dust between thumb and finger. It remembers high meadows, sheep bells chiming across the Neaster's curves. 3 girls sold these at noon, hair braided with marjoram stems, their laughter scented stronger than any brew. Mugwort sways near an alley cat's tail, triggering a stalker's twitch. This herb allegedly guided dreams if stuffed beneath pillows, or summoned midnight visitations if mismeasured. One king's mistress blamed it for her sleepwalking, and 3 missing spoons. Night wind combs through oregano, lifting pollen ghosts toward barred windows. The watchman pauses beneath an overhang, lantern light catching his nose in mid-wrinkle. Historians still bicker whether guards napped in herb lofts or just pretended to patrol for coin. You crouch by the forgotten crate, counting frayed twine knots, holding each bundle. Sage stems blush purple at their cuts, bleeding chlorophyll, life dust on the cobbles. A bee crawls from a foxglove husk, dazed by its own survival past summer. That fennel crown dangling overhead, swiped from a bohemian merchant's stall last July. He raged about thieving spirits, never noticing the watchman's wife brewing digestive teas from it. Folk cures often walked this market, their souls softer than merchants admitted. Your palm cups parsley flakes drifted below the crate, each seed case split like tiny barnacles. This batch came from Kamyanets-Podilsky. If the soil streaks tell truth, 3 dried caterpillars curl nearby, abandoned lunch stock by some picky sparrow. The watchman's boot heel grinds a chamomile head into paste, releasing sleepy child aromas. No one warned him dried blooms were currency for insomniacs and lovelorn clerks. Church ladies traded them under ledger books, pretending piety while peddling pagan remedies. Moonlight filters through comfrey leaves, stenciling lung-shaped shadows on the wall. Those leaves once bandaged battle wounds, stitching flesh when thread ran short. Tonight, they just flutter at passing moth wings, useless as unpaid poetry. Wind shifts, dousing you in peppermantle's icy breath. A cat flees past, its fur glued with burdock burrs. Hasty amp, ashamed. 3 streets over, a dyer's vat spills indigo rivers, night drinking them without complaint. Your elbow bumps valerian roots their reek, promising nightmares or peace, depending who pockets them. Widows told tales of husbands sleep-babbling secrets after valerian tea. The truth steep always boiled longest. The watchman's keys gouge mortar from the wall, scratching tallies, invisible to all but him. Each mark equals another hour until dawn's judgment. Herbalists prescribed licorice root for such bitterness, but city wages couldn't afford sweet cures. You pocket a rosemary sprig, its pine needle scent cutting through alley damp. Tomorrow it'll crumble forgotten in your coat, another stolen ghost of Lviv's shadow hours. Let the watchman curse missing inventory, while mice drag chamomile heads to featherless nests. A last breeze combs the herb stalls, stirring basil's mint cousin whispers. Their seeds rattle promises of spring, which the stones swallow without gratitude. No one thanks the messengers when winter leans heavy on locked shutters. Glass clinks behind you, a porcelain chorus gliding down Tershakovsky Street. You turn, watching stone grooves guide wooden wheels toward Hayova Hill. The farmer's cart sways, each milk jar throbbing like a lantern's pulse. 17 vessels slosh inside their rope nest, their bellies full of moon-pale cream. His ox trudges, hooves polishing cobbles worn smooth by 400 dawns. Some jars wear lace caps, old Habsburg-era linen, yellowed at the edges. Dairymaids once pinned charms under those rags, warding off thunder's butter-curdling wrath. County records mention a whole wagon spoiling after one maid skipped her stitch. You follow the white trail, drops gleaming like misplaced stars. 3 splashes form Orion's belt near the tinsmith's porch. Lviv's cats will lick these markers by sunrise, turning milk drunk on stolen constellations. That striped Tom, he already stalks the cart, tail twitching with lactose ambition. The farmer hums a folk tune about Dniester River maids churning sky into curd. Historians still argue whether Kolomyika songs eased cattle or just kept drunk herders awake. Tonight's melody frays on high notes as wheels hit a rut. A jar tilts, threatening mutiny. He steadies it with calloused palms, fingers, mapping glass curves learned since childhood. Glass blowers in Jaffa crafted these for generations. Blue-green seams swirling like frozen cream. You notice a chip in the 10th jar, mother-of-pearl edges healing around its scar. One lid flutters, releasing steam ghosts into the street lamp's halo. Unpasteurized warmth drifts your way, carrying meadow pollen and calf breath. Your stomach growls, bemoaning supermarket homogenization. Cheesemakers paid triple for this morning gold, while coffee houses plotted latte art revolutions. Air shifts, mixing milk vapors with chimney smoke leaking from closed bakeries. The scents braid into a phantom pastry, croissants unborn but already tempting fate. 3 streets up, a yeast starter yawns in its crock, waiting for the farmer's delivery like a sleepy disciple. His cart passes Strieski Park's iron gates, where white drops now bloom on fallen maple keys. Street dogs will misinterpret these gifts, lap-licking before gardeners shoo them off. Historians found court scrolls fining farmers for night-spoiled paths, a medieval littering ticket. A cobble snags the axle, jolting all 17 jars into panic. The ox snorts protest, its horns webbed with last week's spider silk. You glimpse the cargo's dance, glass kissing glass in near tragedy. Steady, Koval, the farmer murmurs, hand patting the ox's storm-cloud flank. Folk tales claim Chernivtsi oxen understood Yiddish, but this one just flicks an ear at flies. Moonlight rinses the jars, etching their shadows onto butcher shop shutters. For a blink, you see 17 floating moons chained to cartbed purgatory. Poets wrote odes to Lviv's wheeled galaxies, usually between vodka shots. He turns onto quiet Vinichenka Street, where pavement gentles to packed dirt. Hooves now thump dull metronomes beneath jar music. The white trail thickens here, mud clotting drops into pearly geodes. By noon, they'll harden into ant-sized alabaster caves. Something flutters by the 12th jar, a moth drunk on condensation sweat. Its wings stick to the glass, a living label reading night shift worker, expired. The farmer flicks it off, not noticing your smirk. He passes a shuttered milk bar, its sign creaking in no breeze. 6 a.m. blue-collar philosophers will gather here, arguing over cheese tariffs and neighbors' wives. The jars gossip already, creaking about utter politics and new grass rituals. You step closer, spotting a hairline crack in the third vessel. Milky sap beads its surface, slow as bishop forgiveness. The farmer hasn't noticed his gaze, fixed on alley cats, staging a wool coup. Hazel eyes flash from a doorway, the dairy boss's wife, checking delivery purity. Her family tested milk with silver spoons for centuries, pretending to detect farmhand spit. Today, it's just habit, like crossing herself at sirens. Early again, Tara's. Her voice powders the air, thick as cornstarch in Beichimel. Joiner's boy delayed me selling cricket cages by Kopernika fountain. Crickets. Claims They sing Bogdan Khmelnytsky lullabies if fed radish tops. She sniffs, letting the exchange hover like cream skimming. Cold War truces were brokered with less tension over sour cream quotas. The cart moves on past laundry lines dangling phantom long johns. A drop lands square on a hanging sock's toe, moonlight granting it sainthood. 3 rooftops east, the town clock forgets to chime, the gears gummed by pigeon ceasefire. You pivot toward Hayova's slope, where barn lanterns wink through birch trunks. The last jar's slosh sinks with your boots, liquid percussion, scoring your shadow play. Ahead, the path becomes milk-slick clay, plotting its revenge on downhill hubris. Koval braves the descent, hind muscles quivering like pudding in quake country. Wheels skid, etching cursive complaints into mud. The farmer leans back, a sailor tacking against gravity's tide. One jar surrenders then, shattering against a wheel spoke. Milk spills, phosphorescent blood pooling on thirsty soil. The farmer sighs, not at lost wages, but the wasted 5 a.m. scrubbing ahead. Vova's brat gets no cream tomorrow, he tells the ox, blaming a phantom rock thrower. Historians found medieval curse tablets buried at accident sites. Farmer rage turned lead epitaphs. Glass shards glitter, false dawn in the ditch weeds. You pocket a fragment, its edge filing your thumbprint into oblivion. Tomorrow's archaeologists will find this and invent tearful theories, never guessing clumsy transport. A second jar tips, caught mid-fall by Taraz's boot heel. He rights it, liquid sloshing up its neck like panicked swimmers. The ox grunts, bored by near-deaths, unconnected to hay. Your soles stick in mud, now each step requiring divorce paperwork from Earth. 20 paces back, that shattered jar's spirit haunts the reeds, whispering lactose laments to dung beetles. Dew rises, blurring the milk trail into spectral brooks. Soon, only sharp noses will trace tonight's journey. Foxes, truffle hogs, hungover pastry chefs. Farm gates yawn open, their hinges screeching rookery warnings. The cart crosses into dung-scented sanctuary, where cows low greetings, half muffled by cud. You linger at the fence, counting jar-slashed moonlight on the barn door. Taras unlashes ropes, his hands moving through knots like a dowser finds water. The ox shakes free, marching toward oats like a pensioner toward pension wine. Stalls clang a chain, dropped in haste. Milk streams into waiting pails, the night's last alchemy, before dawn melts it gold. 13 jars survived, their ding stories future butter buyers will ignore. You uncurl your milk-crusted palm, watching street lamp glow, warm the stolen glass. City thirst always outweighs country caution. Lviv's cup never half empty when it can be refilled. Footsteps approach a barn cat with mismatched eyes, assessing your theft credentials. You flick the fragment into nettles, its brief spark extinguished by river fog. The cat purrs, a diesel engine starting in a wool factory before dissolving into hay bales. Above the reel, stars smother their laughter behind cloud sleeves. Jar lids unscrew, releasing barn-warm steam to flirt with chimney drafts. Metal pails accept their tribute, each ring another coin in Lviv's breakfast economy. You turn back toward sleeping streets, the milk trail dissolving with first sparrow chirps. Only hoof prints remain temporary graves for moonlight, soon bulldozed by sun. Tar and residue, crusts crack underfoot, final crumbs of nights fast ending. Somewhere behind you, a jar scrapes stone, clean emptiness echoing in the polished glass dark. Moonlight slicks the cobbles as you pivot your shadow, stretching toward the clock tower's iron skirt. Gilded hands shine too bright for this hour, their glow borrowed from a moon, parked like a smuggler's cart above the rooftops. You count each Roman numeral etched into the face, XII trembling under tarnish older than the Habsburgs. That tower stood since 1491, built to outlast Mongol looters and Habsburg tax collectors alike. Watchmen once knocked arrows in its belly, scanning for Tartar raiders instead of parking violations. Tonight, it hums a different warning, gears grinding inside like teeth on cherry pits. A shadow creeps across the III. Why do clockmakers favor 4 eyes instead of IV? Some claim Pope urban superstition, others blame drunk engravers. Historians still argue whether King Jan Sobieski, part-time beekeeper, personally approved the uneven numbering. Wind carries chimney ash specks, catching moonlight as they fall. For a blink, you mistake them for reversed snowfall, until one lands on your tongue. Charcoal's kiss, tonight's special at Lviv's involuntary flavor festival. The minute hand jerks, shuddering to a halt at 17 past 11. Gears wheeze their complaint echoing down Vermenska Street. 3 stray cats freeze mid-fight, tails puffed at the unnatural silence. You had one job, you mutter, glaring up at the moon's smug grin. Some claim it pulls time itself, warping hours like taffy when full. Others whisper of a Nazi bomb jamming the works in 44, a blast that only tickled the tower's ribs. Your souls stick to melted tram tar, each step tacky as betrayal. None of those theories explain tonight's frozen hands, hovering like indecisive burglars. A drunk leans from an attic window, waving a bottle at the stuck clock. Same for me, friend. He slurs, brandishing vodka like a conductor's baton. Stuck between bad choices, since Yushchenko's face turned into a dartboard. Starlight bleeds across the tower's bricks, each crevice nursing centuries of pigeon grudges. You spot a bronze plaque near the base, its letters polished shiny by tourist palms. Fifil Yavorsky fixed me in 1783. It boasts, neglecting that he died, falling off the Zai. A bat dives, swooping through the motionless minute hands embrace. Its wings fan your neck, zipping past before you flinch. This close, the clock face smells of ozone and rust, like a forgotten fridge, housing dubious science projects. Shadows melt under the moon's stare, their edges blurring into the stones. Your watch insists it's 11:23, but the tower's stuck face mocks such petty human metrics. A night watchman strolls past, lanterns swinging lazy arcs. Third time this month, he grumbles, nodding at the frozen hands. Last week, it ran backwards for an hour, gave the priest's wife twins 9 months early. Above clouds smear across the sky gray fingerprints on ink-black paper. The tower's bell remains silent, its clapper mothballed since a 1997 decree banned joy after midnight. Without the hourly gong, Lviv's drunkards improvise, smashing bottles on the fountain rim. You circle the base, gazing up at gargoyles, gnawing their own stony tails. Architects swore they whispered warnings during sieges. Now, they just collect moss and existential angst. Moonlight pools around the tower's foundation, painting the pavement mercury silver. Your shadow shrinks, as if the light's sucking it upward. Time isn't frozen, just hiding in the cracks between bricks, waiting for the watchman's rounds to end. A paper scrap flutters against your boot, yesterday's tram schedule, pretending relevance. You ball it up, aiming for the gargoyle's open mouth. Defying gravity, and your pitching arm comes a voice. The florist leans in her doorway, holding today's unsold lily like a microphone. How late is it, really? She smiles, tapping her temple. Ask the rats. They nibble the baker's clock springs daily. Never wrong, unlike husbands. Wind gusts, snatching your tram ticket cannonball over a bakery's roof. Somewhere beyond, the Dniester River drags, moonlight downstream, toward snoring fishermen and waterlogged ruins. The tower's shadow stretches across Market Square, swallowing stalls whole. You shiver, as though centuries just walked over your grave. 7 alleys away, a lute player plucks a G, waiting for the bell's cue gone AWOL. Your heel grinds cherry pits into the cobbles, left by some tavern's midnight ejectee. They skitter, tapping out Morse code for go home, you fool. Above, the moon winks, its grin sharp as a scythe. Dew rises, cool fingers clutching your ankles. Street lamps dim bulbs exhausted from their nightly vigil. Still, the hands won't budge. XVII frozen mid-crawl toward XVII. A shutter bangs, a grandmother's hand slapping it still. Her mutterings sour the air, Ukrainian curses ripening like plums. The town clock once set her pickle fermenting schedule. Now her cucumbers face uncertainty. You lean against a bakery's warm wall, its ovens breathing yeast sighs. The tower looms, a stone god hoarding stolen hours inside its gut. Tomorrow, a man with a ladder will come, oil can in hand. He'll reset the hands, never guessing where lost minutes hide. Above, the sky pales at its edges, gossip spreading of dawn's approach. Stars fade, retreating from blue's slow invasion. The last bat zigzags home late for curfew in its belfry penthouse. Still, those gilded hands clutch their frozen hour, defiant as a toddler refusing carrots. Moonlight retreats up the tower's spine, shamed by the sun's imminent scolding. You turn away as the first bird trills half a scale. Somewhere behind you, tiny gears hiccup, too soft for human ears. Time unsticks its feet, lumbering toward a dawn it didn't order. Cobbles warm underfoot, their night chill banished by approaching wheels and voices. The clock tower's shadow thins, melting into gutter sludge. You glance back once, those golden hands now creeping guilty thieves, retreating from the scene. Sunrise licks the cobbles, warming spots where cabbage leaves baked yesterday's arguments. You trace a claw scratch in a vendor's stool, fresh enough to shed splinters. Pause pad where merchants hawked garlic necks, at noon each step precise as a pickpocket's fingers. 3 tabbies materialize from alleys, green eyes flaring like cathedral lanterns, their tails erect as spears, surveying territory abandoned at dusk. Lviv's night watch felines, unofficial, since Polish Queen Jadwiga declared them mousers royal in 1399. A calico leaps onto an empty fish crate nose, twitching at phantom herring. Historians still argue whether medieval traders paid cats in cheese scraps, or if tail flicks counted as tax receipts. The crate creaks, its wood still sweating brine from yesterday's Baltic catch. You spot a torn sack, rye flour, dusting a ginger Tom's whiskers. He sneezes, powder puffing around his muzzle. Twin shadows scramble under a spice rack, kittens boxing over a dried apricot stolen from some merchant's distraction. Dawn stripes the stalls through shutter slats, turning sawdust gold where turnips rolled. A black cat arches against a milk urn, its curve mirroring the Carpathian foothills beyond rooftops. Tour guides swear felines here descend from Armenian trader ships, though locals say they simply hate Polish dogs. Pigeons scatter as a scarred tabby gallops past, radish tail high. His claws click like tiny hammers on stones worn smooth by Habsburg boots. Market cats remember every spill, turmeric staining their paws yellow as egg yolks for days. 2 kittens bat a walnut shell, sliding it across puddled wax. Their mother watches from a perch where merchants once stacked Georgian wine jugs. Census records from 1682 list 11 cats residing in the square, all named Mr. Whiskers by bored clerks. Smoke ghosts rise from yesterday's sausage grill, scent particles beckoning hopeful noses. Steel inspection panels lie ajar beneath butcher stalls, levered open by determined claws. 1 tabby drags a chicken's spine toward safety, purring loud as a samovar. A paw dips into the fountain ripples, erasing the Virgin Mary's reflection. The cathedral bells chime 7, ignored by furred ears. Philosopher Yuri Drohovich once claimed cats predict weather by yawning direction, though his own tabby likely just hated his singing. Sunlight warms tarred roof seams where a milk-fed Tom surveys his domain. He's missing half an ear trophy from last winter's fur trade warehouse raid. Old women leave chicken necks for him, whispering he's the ghost of King Danilo's favorite mouser. Your shadow stretches between crates, startling a striped kitten mid-yawn. It scrambles into a basket, weaving through woven reeds. Cats inherit Lviv's dreams at dawn, their purrs stitching shut the night's frayed edges. Gold light floods the square, chasing lingering tomcats into alleys. Only the earless sentry remains, licking paw, then forehead, grooming like a cardinal, before mass market herbs scent his metallic tang, dill and catmint colliding in the warming air. Stall shutters rattle open, the first baker jogging downhill with tray-laden arms. Kittens melt into drain pipes, guarded by cobwebs older than Ukraine's constitution. The tom gives you a slit pupil stare, then bolts, leaving the walnut shell, spinning alone on sunlit stones. Hinges thicker than your arm awaken with a shudder, their groan rolling across empty stalls like thunder trapped in iron. You press a palm against the gate's oak belly, feeling centuries of Polish winters and Habsburg summers trapped in its grain. Above you, rusty chains tense tighter than a baker's apron strings. A watchman heaves his shoulder against the wood, boots sliding on cobbles polished smooth by salt shipments from Crackle. 12 generations of his family guarded these gates, since Lviv became part of Austria-Hungary in 1772. His keys hang heavier tonight, as if sensing change in the autumn air. The right door resists, its bottom hinge sagging like a drunkard's smile. 3 blacksmiths swore they fixed it last Tuesday, yet it still screams like a banshee, fed on sour cherries. Historians still argue whether the original architect designed the groan as an alarm, or just ran out of ox grease. You catch the scent of linseed oil, sharp and nutty, where someone dabbed the lock this morning to quiet its complaints. Rumor says the oil must come from flax grown in Widow Marta's garden, or ghosts jingle their coins all night. A pigeon coos from the archway, unimpressed by the metallic protests below. Metal scrapes stone the sound, echoing off shuttered spice stalls. 200 years ago, guards dropped a portcullis here nightly to deter Ottoman scouts. Now the ritual continues, though the only invaders are stray dogs and tipsy poets. Iron bites into wood as the lock tongue finds its slot, a sound like a butcher's cleaver meeting bone. Someone carved initials inside the mechanism, BG, 30 summers back during martial law. City workers found them last year, along with a dried lilac blossom wedged beside the tumblers. The watchman leans into his work, keys twisting until veins bulge on his temple. His breath clouds hang like accusations in the cold air. 7 heartbeats pass before the mechanism coughs, sputtering like a dying tractor. You notice flecks of gold paint still clinging to the archway, remnants of Soviet-era celebrations. Tradesmen whisper that touching it brings misfortune, but teenagers dare each other to scrape off flakes for love charms. Cold seeps from the gate into your fingertips, a chill older than Ukraine's independence. Some claim the metal came from Swedish cannons abandoned after the Battle of Poltava, though metallurgists just roll their eyes. The left gate surrenders first, swinging shut with a tired sigh that ruffles your collar. Its partner follows, dragging a trail through gravel like a reluctant bride. Together, they meet with a kiss of wood and iron, sealing away the day's unsold cabbages and whispered gossip. High above, a bat skims through the archway, threading the needle between closing doors and rising moon. Night drapes over the market square, its fabric woven with chimney smoke and the watchman's fading footsteps. A last sliver of copper light vanishes between the doors, snuffed like a candle in a storyteller's hand. Somewhere beyond the wall, a fiddle begins playing, each note curling through the keyhole like smoke from a gypsy campfire. The lock's final click settles into the stones, a sound remembered by every cat now prowling the darkness. You trace the latch's chill, your fingers still smelling of gate metal, as you climb creaking stairs toward a fourth-floor window. Lace trembles against the glass, each thread spun from doomsday arguments over proper tablecloth length. A seamstress's silhouette floats behind the curtains, her scissors flashing like a minnow in dark water. She hums a folk tune band during Stalin's time, one about moonlit mushrooms smuggling themselves to Poland. Her thimble taps the sill, counting seconds before curfew. Historians still argue whether Lemberg lace curtains displayed wealth or just hid cabbage stink from neighbors. You spy 19 constellations embroidered along the hem Ursa Major's nose, poking through a buttonhole. Easement rules from 1897 required these crank windows, though her sticks like gum on a school desk. She shoves her hip against the frame, one velvet slipper slipping on waxed floorboards. A ghost of starch and hot irons drifts out, tangled with loose threads of radio static. Goodnight, Franz Joseph Square. She tells the darkening street, ignoring that the emperor died in 1616. Her fingers brush a tasseled cord, woven from ribbons won at an 80s knitting Olympiad. The curtains sweep closed, carrying constellations away piece by piece. Orion's belt snags on a loose splinter mid-descent. A cat yowls in the courtyard, startled by falling Venus stitches. Tradesmen once believed lace patterns warded off vampire finches, those tiny birds supposedly draining sleepers' breath. You almost taste her peppermint tea cooling on the sill, the cup decorated with smug blue hairs making lace mittens. Streetlight bleeds through remaining gaps, spotlighting dust fairies waltzing near the ceiling. Her wedding portrait smirks from the wall, a 1938 lace collar wide enough to double as a life preserver. The room exhales, wool dust settling over spools arranged like a general's battlefield maps. She flicks off her gooseneck lamp, its bulb popping like a soap bubble. Darkness climbs the wallpaper's faded peonies, swallowing their pink throats whole. Through the thinning weave, the last watchman's lantern shrinks to single firefly flicker. Cobweb lace from her girlhood dangles above the bed, since Grandad swore spider silk dreams prevented gout. The feather mattress sighs, sinking under 70 years of midnight wool gathering. Somewhere below, the gate's final groan still echoes inside drain pipes. Moonlight sharpens one final needle stab through the fabric, a bright O of surprise in the blackness. Then nothing, just breathing lace and the distant purr of streetcars switching tracks. Historians might document drain pipes or death tolls, but never how absolute hands stitching darkness feel when they finally unclench. Her left foot finds a cold patch where the hot water bottle lived, a desert island in linen seas. Grandma's ghost tuts from the wardrobe, disapproving of the unknotted thread trailing from her sleeve. Scissors close their jaws beside her pillow, silencing the last silver glint of today. You count vanishing prickles of light between threads. 19, 12, 3, none. She pulls goose down over her ear, muffling the city's dreams, scratching at her windowsill. The true dark doesn't fall. It rises from floorboards thick with generations of lost pins. Someone 3 floors down plays pocket chess, each piece click muffled by layers of lace and time. Blackout curtains from 50 different decades lurk in her cedar chest, primed for darker midnights yet to come. The last shop sign winks out across the street, taking its neon blue hedgehog, advertising eyelash curlers with it. Silk slides against whalebone stays, her corset loosened one notch toward tomorrow's dawn. City records claim her building once hid 3 lace-making nuns during Soviet raids, though the potato cellar tells a juicier tale. Hands that darned history's socks finally grow still, palms turned up toward ceiling cracks, ready to swallow stars. Wind sneaks through the window's warped edge, fluttering loose threads into ghost cobwebs. Her last conscious breath stirs the curtain's edge, as if answering. You find the duck tilted where cobblestones dip toward the gutter, one wheel wedged in a crack older than your grandmother's dimples. Rainwater chuckles through the drain pipe overhead, whispering secrets only abandoned toys understand. Its paint chips show 17 layers, school bus yellow over Stalin gray, over Habsburg cream. Some woodcarver in Lesia Ukrainka Street fashioned this bird last spring, little knowing it'd become Lviv's loneliest resident. You squat to brush grime off its beak, smelling wet pine and yesterday's plums. Night markets once overflowed with these whistling creatures, meant to outrace toddlers toward bathtub oceans. Local legends claimed unfinished toys grew legs after midnight, though nobody caught this duck mid-waddle. Knuckles press your shoulder blade, you whirl to find only a splintered shutter swaying. Historians still argue whether Hutzel wedding ducks symbolized fertility, or just kept drunk uncles amused between toasts. A bent nail winks where a price tag once hung, its paper tongue nibbled off by moths or mice. Wind hiccups through the drain pipe, gurgling last week's rainfall like a clogged kazoo. The duck's remaining eye, a chip of black glass, reflects street lamps, shrinking into starless soup. You imagine its wheels itching for pavement, for the shrieking joy of being chased downhill at noon. 3 straws and a gum wrapper dam the gutter, building a moat around the duck's wooden kingdom. Some shopkeeper's kid probably lobbed it here mid-tantrum, resenting bedtime more than abandonment. Town records show Carmelite monks crafted the first pull toys here in 1704. Saints' faces frowned upon skipping confession for playtime. A current tugs at your ankles, dragging wilted flower heads toward the duck's makeshift pier. Pedals stick to its wheels like soggy metals, proof of surviving another market day stampede. Your thumb finds grooves worn by tiny fists, their owners now asleep in mittens 3 streets over. Cobblestones purr as a streetcar passes blocks away, rattling the duck's loose wheel in sympathy. Through the drainpipe's echo, you catch strains of a radio playing outdated lullabies. One theory claims forgotten toys absorb their owner's memories. This duck might recall strawberry jam fingerprints and a dog named Pigeon. You trace the grain where wings meet body, splinters threatening, but never breaking skin. Moonlight bleaches its back, exposing a repair job done with green school glue. Historians might obsess over treaty signings or tank production, never the calculus determining when something shifts from lost to free. Shutters clack like Cossack sabers, practicing overhead, the sound bouncing off shuttered bakery signs. Tomorrow's bread dough rises somewhere, yeast exhaling warmth into copper bowls. The duck lists further left, its good wheel sinking into mud, disguised as shadows. Somewhere a child rolls over one fist, clutching a dream of Chase the Duck, summertime. 68 steps uphill. The gatekeeper's keys jingle farewell against his woolen pocket. Years from now, this bird may weather into an artifact, puzzling grad students on walking tour. Wind rewrites the gutter's straw and trash poem. One stanza ends with an apricot pit kissing the duck's undercarriage. You pluck a maple key from its back, helicopter wings snapped mid-flight. Trams screech their nightly complaint, metal on metal screaming, "Let me sleep." A cat's shadow pauses, considering whether wooden waterfowl rate as prey or furniture. Its tail flicks dismissal, vanishing toward warmer garbage, can philosophies down the alley. You half expect the duck to quack a joke at your expense, some Czech joke lost in translation. Behind number 8's courtyard, someone practices violin scales with grudging precision. Each note sharpens the duck's outline against deepening blue asphalt. Historians still argue whether Frankish time-telling toys influenced Lviv's craftsmen or just gave kids new ways to be late. Storm clouds belly dance over St. George's Cathedral, rippling moonlight across the duck's chipped loyalty. Raindrops bullseye its head like watery applause. Fresh paint would run, but memories stay stubborn. You rise, your knees cracking louder than any toy mechanism. The last watchman's boot, heels click past, leopard spotting puddles with his swinging lantern. For 3 breaths, the duck glows amber before darkness reclaims it. Carved for joy, stalled by chance, Soon silt will kiss its splinters good night. Tomorrow's brooms may sweep it into gutter oblivion, or some grandkid's nostalgia might resurrect it come dawn. Until then, it dreams in puddles, wheels yearning for pavement, still warm from dancing feet. The wooden duck fades into gutter shadow. As you turn, the market square exhales dust and last light. Lviv's western gate looms 2 oak slabs taller than 3 drunk Cossacks, stacked hat to boot. Its iron bands glow blue-black, like Sinevere cold under sunset. Historians still argue whether Ukrainian architects copied Krakow's defenses, or just teased the Poles by building theirs 3 handspans wider. Pollen swirls in your eyelashes, a golden haze against fading indigo. Spring's sneeze cargo drifts toward hinges older than Gutenberg's press. The right door twitches first, its bottom edge scuffing cobblestones worn smooth by 6 centuries of fleeced raiders. Back when Andrew the Pious ruled, this portal opened for honey wagons, closed for Mongol scouts. A folk tale claims each plank came from a different cursed forest, so the wood argues all night in squirrel language. Your souls vibrate as the gate shudders. Its groan syncs with your pulse like a bass drum through wet socks. 3 watchmen lean into the motion, shoulder first like icebreakers, pushing through December's worst. One spits sunflower hulls, aiming for a crack that swallowed 500 years of snacks. Archaeologists found Polish ducats, Ottoman arrowheads, even a frozen hazelnut from 1929 in those timber gullets. Air whooshes through the gap, older than the Austrian perfume factory up the hill. It smells of dandelion fluff, stable floors, and 17,000 forgotten goodbye kisses. The left door strains, iron nails screeching disapproval. Some claim these hinges were forged from melted Tartar swords, though recent X-rays showed Swedish steel marked with triple crowns. Cobblestones shiver beneath your feet. You swear the city's veins run under these stones. Chainmail clinks echo in your ears, ghost sentries murmuring about unpaid bar tabs. A pigeon swoops through the narrowing sky slice, its wings swiping violet from Twilight's palette. Locals whisper that tightrope walkers crossed here during plague years, delivering gingerbread to quarantined sweethearts. The doors meet, their kiss more sigh than slam. Dust halos swell dancing in the watchman's lantern beams like drunken fireflies. You taste grit, half expecting cinnamon, but it's pure history, the kind that never brushes its teeth. Silence pools deeper than the Rhinox square well. Your breath fogs the grain. For 3 heartbeats, you're breathing with the wood. Carved initials bloom under your touch, AM plus HB, encircled by a lopsided heart. Town archives list 12 star-crossed couples. With those initials, none lived past 30. One guard jabs his key toward the central lock, its teeth hungry for attention. His knuckles brush an ancient scratch, rumored to be a Cyrillic curse against rush-hour crowds. Moldovan merchants once paid a witch to etch it, hoping competitors would oversleep. It didn't work. Coffee arrived sooner. Metal grinds, the lock's tongue thicker than a butcher's thumb. Your fillings ache in sympathy. 19th century guards complained the mechanism sang off-key, a B-flat that attracted wolves. Tonight it groans like a pensioner rising from his armchair, all creaky resentment. Watchman's laughter snaps the tension, a joke about Archbishop Sheptiki's missing chamber pot. Their voices bounce off oak, splintering into fragments that skitter down alleys. You pocket a wood curl, its resin still sticky with yesterday's sunshine. Beyond the gate, hoofbeats fade toward the high castle ruins. Somewhere a shepherd chastises his dog in Lemko dialect, the words warped by distance into birdsong. Inside, Lviv holds its breath. Shutters click, bolts slide home, silk dresses shush against staircases. The lock's final clank echoes off St. Mary's dome, startling owls between gargoyles. A bakery vent exhales yeast, tomorrow's challah dough already punching its time card. You press a palm flat where the doors seal, temperature shifts. Day's warmth fights night's cheek. This barricade drank gunpowder and wedding wine, weathered courier letters, soaked through with saddle sweat. Metal cools against your forehead, the taste of blood pennies and borrowed time. Beyond this wood, night stretches toward PR Zemysl, 9 kilometers, like a beggar with stale rye. Wagons left grooves, you could lose a toddler in their ruts, paved with goose feathers, discarded teeth, gypsy guitar strings. Lantern light bleeds through a knothole, tracing a liquid coin on your shoe. Blink, and it's gone, snuffed by a guard's silhouette. He hums a hopak tune, badly his keys jangling counterpoint to each missed note. Darkness thickens, spider silk between eyelashes. The air tastes like locked libraries and unwashed wool. Cobblestones purr goodbye beneath the watchman's boots, their footsteps dissolving into the click-clack of a distant loom. The gate dreams now, sheltering silverfish empires, housing flame snails in rust pocks. Historians still calculate how many tons of candle wax dripped here during Sobieski's reign. Most got scraped for boot polish. Street lamps gutter out, 126, as darkness floods the square, relentless as Habsburg censors. Your shadow melts, the last witness to today's closing ritual. Mitochondria slow in your cells, breath matching the gate's dormant pulse. And there, on the wind, 100,000 tonights inhaling together. A chimney's final breath spirals upward, spent heat dissolving into the plum-colored sky. You smell the afterlife of bread, half-burnt crust, missed dough scraps blackening in cooling ovens. 17 bakeries snuggle beneath this gate's shadow, their vaulted ceilings crusted with flour frost older than the electric tram. Back, when Empress Maria Theresa demanded her morning rolls, these same brick throats gulped Carpathian oak. Steam ghosts escape ventilation slits, twisting like time-lapsed mushrooms. Frost creeps up mortar seams, silver fractals claiming territories abandoned by warmth. Touch a bakery wall, it shivers under your palm, a fever breaking after 12 hours of yeasted labor. Historians still squabble whether Lviv's bakers or its monks first perfected sourdough. Church ledgers show tithes paid in starter cultures. Muted clangs echo below street level apprentice boys scouring dough troughs. Their scrub brushes rasp-sing a off-key lullaby. One yawn travels stone tunnels, amplified into a bare groan by acoustics nobody planned. A fringe theory claims these cellars connect to Count Padaki's wine tunnels, smuggling roots for optimistic lovers and smuggled poppy seeds. Dampness rises through your soul's water from subterranean springs, needing strata of spilled rye. That sticky scent of overworked yeast clings to your collar. Tomorrow's pretzels already dreaming of salt crystals. Bakers' cats materialize on window ledges, tails flicking as furnace light fades. Their ears track invisible movements in cooling flour sacks. Legend says one tabby saved a bakery during the Swedish deluge, sniffing out saboteurs hiding in a coal pile. True or not, every shop keeps a feline, some pampered enough to demand cream from copper saucers. Brick by brick, the stacked ovens relinquish their warmth, like old men surrendering park benches to twilight. Draft doors gape open, revealing hearths where embers curl into fetal positions. You half expect a phoenix, but only chickadee fluff dances in the updraft. High above the gate's shadow stretches across roof tiles, a cold hand smothering chimneys. Heat distortion still shimmers where baguettes bronzed at dawn, a mirage refusing to quit. Warmth flees northward toward Ivano-Frankivsk, leaving frost mustaches on water pumps. Watchmen patrol past shuttered dough-kneading stations, their lanterns catching glints in mica-flecked granite. Pigeons flutter down, pecking at phantom crumbs near century-old scoring tables. A last wisp condenses on copper piping, a dying sigh with hints of caraway and regret. Your breath joins the haze, briefly fogging a handprint some flour-dusted child left in 1938. Iron dampers close with the finality of bank vaults. Temperature drops pinch your earlobes, the bakery district settling into hibernation. Historians still argue whether workers napped in proofing rooms for the residual heat, or sheer exhaustion from shaping 16,000 rolls before matins. One apprentice forgets his scarf, threadbare wool snagged on a dough hook. It swings, pendulum slowing, counting minutes until the ovens reignite. Deep in the foundations, starter cultures bubble wild yeast, plotting tomorrow's uprising. Silence spreads, thicker than almond paste over poppy seed rolls. You catch the exact heartbeat when Lviv stops smelling like breakfast. You sidestep puddles glazed with ice, the bakery's fading warmth a memory in your shoulder blades. Ahead, the cobbler's shop window glows, oiled paper panes yellowed like ancient parchment. Boot-shaped gaps pepper the surface, negative space where new souls once pressed for display. That tang of beeswax and pine tar hangs, stubborn, a phantom limb of daytime commerce. 14th century guild rolls list 17 cobblers under this gate, one punished for using pigskin in orthodox cavalry boots. Touch the windowsill. Your fingertips meet gritty polish residue, dried to amber crust. A fringe Kiev journal claims certain leathers emit sleep-inducing compounds. Untested theory or salesmanship from tannery monks. Inside, a single candle gutters beside an all-abandoned mid-stitch. Its copper tip winks, holding secrets of the half-repaired riding boot clamped nearby. The shop cat naps in a sabot, belly rising like pastry dough in a too-hot oven. Historians still bicker whether journeymen stashed love notes inside boot linings or just extra heel lifts for generous clients. Your breath fogs the one clear glass pane, revealing dusty lasts arranged by size. A wooden army frozen mid-stride, their curved spines remind you of modern sneaker logos, corporate shapes stolen from medieval practicality. Moonlight stretches the shadows of dangling buckles, slim pickings left after the Christmas rush. Something creaks, not the building settling, but water-swollen oak under your soles. That sacred hush of workshops after tools down, rawhide softening in the dark, needles dreaming of straighter stitches. Under layers of polish, you catch ghost notes of Hungarian cattle bought at markets since Casimir's reign. A draft sneaks under the door, stirring curled wood shavings into a slow waltz. They brush your ankle dry as Pharaoh's sandal straps. The iron key hangs inches from the lock, its owner detained by farewell schnapps at the Three Hammers. Footprints lead away, left by boots resoled this very dawn their owners, hurrying toward apartments smelling of cabbage and starched collars. You count 3 nail holes in the doorframe, relics of a stolen shop sign spirited away during the 1989 riots. Night plucks at the shop's stillness, silvering the cat's whiskers, glazing cobweb chains between awls. Somewhere below, sub-basements house vats of walnut dye, once traded for Burgundian wine. A persistent tourist myth insists belly laughs cure leather, sound vibrations suppleness. Hence, why cobblers sang while punching eyelets. Cold air thickens, pressing its palms against the window until the candle surrenders with a hiss. Boot shadows stretch, merge, fuse into one ink-blot shape, smothering the floorboards. Your own soles feel heavier, as though yesterday's cobblestones cling like reluctant lovers. Dawn feels unlikely here, in this province of paraffin ghosts and stillness. You count the last 6 wax tears hardening on the candle holder, a miniature Stonehenge marking time until the cobblers return. Polish scent fades finally, leaving only November's wet wool breath against the glass. The wet wool scent sticks to your cheeks as you leave the cobbler's domain, each step crunching over frozen puddles veined like marble. Ahead, the butcher stalls hunch under their striped awnings, now stiff with rime. Their marble countertops weep slow red tears, diluted by meltwater from afternoon's hasty scrubbing. An old wives' tale claims butchers here once chilled meat with January-born baby's breath. The Tanners' Guild threatened lawsuits for reputation smearing. Ice feathers unfurl across the slabs, crystalline fractals born from blood-tinted runoff. You trace one with your sleeve, its fragile fronds collapsing under wool's rough kiss. 14th century ledgers show icehouse taxes double in December. Lviv butchers hoarding winter beneath sawdust and straw. Historians still debate whether those crimson rivers carried plague or profit during Casimir's reign. A butcher's saw hangs crooked on its hook, salted teeth glinting against soot-stained bricks. Nearby, a scale pan gathers snowflakes, copper bowls stacking cold like frozen wedding cakes. 3 cleavers lie buried in a chopping block, their edges kissing the wood, waiting for dawn's whetstone sermon. You smell iron beneath the frost, metal and memory sharp enough to cut your tongue. Footsteps echo, a night watchman's felt boots shuffling past shuttered stalls. He pauses, blowing warmth onto red knuckles, his shadow merging with the slab's bloody Rorschach. A joke drifts between patrolmen here. That butcher's marble stays colder than a dowry hunter's heart. The man moves on ice feathers, already reclaiming his footprints. Moonlight turns the meat hooks into dangling fangs, empty jaws yearning for tomorrow's haunches. Your mittened hand brushes a stall's edge, finding grooves worn by a century of shaky cleaver blows. Some grooves run deeper, from 1578's bread riot slashes, when housewives stormed the market over grain prices. Stains bloom through the frost, pink at the center's burgundy, where cleaver tips once kissed marble. You imagine bovine ghosts lowing through the square, their chilled breath fogging history's lens. An eccentric Crackle professor argued last century butchers sang in D minor when bleeding pigs. Unpublished fieldwork shelved, but never tested. Wind lifts a corner of awning, revealing a splintered portrait of Saint Nicholas, patron of barrel makers. Even painted hands look frozen, blue-tinged, and stiff above a varnished keg. You press your palm flat against polished stone just to feel the cold chase your pulse. The feeling lasts, climbing your wrist, clutching like a dead bride's fingers. 19th century apprentice contracts forbade warming hands on slabs, discipline against stolen hearth coals. Your breath frosts the air, dust, motes caught mid-swirl in your exhalations, suspended passengers between realities. Under the nearest counter, a broom leans against soapstone jars, horsehair bristles clumped with nerveless fat. One jar tips, spilling a frozen cascade of grayish powder lime from the slaughterhouse pits. You spot twin grooves where wheelbarrow gouged stone delivering carcasses, parallel scars deeper than Graf von Sternberg's dueling wrinkles. A sound tears the silence, ice cracking along the market well's rim, a winter serpent shedding glass skin. Even pigeons huddle mute in archways, their usual gossip frozen throat deep. Your toes ache, watching ice swallow stall after stall, cold gnawing upwards from earth to iron to sky. One cleaver winks, its edge trapped mid-vibration between wood and air, last tuning fork in a dead orchestra. Cyan shadows pool beneath the slabs, stubborn as unvanquished armies, as the cathedral's midnight bell tolls its forgotten supper hymn. The cold settles deeper, carving its initials into your ribs, breath by stolen breath. A flute scale skitters over the rooftops, a vendor's unsold instrument sighing through forgotten finger holes. The notes trip, each one wobbling like a drunk acolyte after Easter wine. Historians still argue whether medieval minstrels favored walnut flutes here, or if that's just tavern talk from tipsy archivists. You catch a G-sharp, its vibration skimming frost-nipped ears before it dives into the chimney pots. 14th century guild records show Lviv had 7 flute makers, 3 named Stanislaw, forever confusing tax collectors. A street over the phantom melody dances down drain pipes, tickling rats awake in their brick nests. Moonlight turns each note visible, silver ribbons tangling with smoke from dying hearths. One tone snags on a weather vane, twanging the rooster's rusty tail until pigeons scatter. The chill bites sharper now, gnawing through wool, where the flute's breath almost warmed you. Rumor claims a crazed noble buried 49 flutes beneath the town hall to drown his wife's ghost with permanent concerts. Archaeologists found only a moldy shoe last dig, but you hum the story anyway, your breath a frail companion to the fading song. High C cracks against a bakery's cold door, shattering into splinters of sound. Each shard finds a window, wedges beneath shutters, nestles into sleepers' dreams of spring orchestras. An eccentric Lviv professor swore blindfolded test subjects could taste honey when hearing D minor, his research funded entirely by mead merchants. The flute's last breath spirals upward, a solitary B-flat trembling at the stars. You feel it brush your cheek, a feather spun from sound and December, before dissolving into the watchman's distant jingle. Ice thickens inside your lungs, each cough a staccato betrayal of silence. For 3 heartbeats, the rooftops hold their note, a sustained hush deeper than any flute's cry. Then even the rats stop their scratching, letting night swallow the final vibration whole. Your mittens clap, muffled and useless, applauding shadows for their perfect performance. The cold unspools again, stitching its way up your spine, needle sharp and patient. You count frozen breaths, 18, before turning toward the gate's final groan. Each step snaps a flute-shaped thread until only the memory of music lingers, a shiver between your shoulder blades. Wind lifts a loose tile, its clatter the epilogue no one requested. You walk on, past a shuttered sweet shop, its caramel scent long since replaced by frost. The last note's ghost follows, so faint now, it might just be your teeth chattering in Morse code. Market cats pause mid-hunt, ears pivoting toward the vanished sound. Their eyes narrow, green as unplayed flutes, before dismissing the air's betrayal. Beneath your boots, cobblestones hum residual warmth, Or maybe that's just blood retreating from your toes. Somewhere behind oiled paper windows, a sleeper rolls over, humming a lullaby they've never consciously heard. Their breath steams the panes, temporary sheet music for a dream they'll forget by dawn. You quicken your pace, knowing morning's first light will erase the night's fragile symphony, note by borrowed note. The silence settles heavier now, a woolen blanket woven from starless sky and spent breath. Even your footsteps grow shy, crouching like apologetic children after breaking mother's favorite jug. Still, the flute's echo loops in your skull, an earworm dressed in ice and moondust. By the tinsmith's stall, a gust finds an unstoppered bottle, blowing a hollow A minor across your path. You halt, absurdly, as though the street might start dancing. Mercifully, the bottle rolls into a snowdrift, its drunken serenade smothered mid-croon. Your numb lips twitch, the closest you'll get to laughter tonight. 3 streets east, a nightingale mistakes the memory for mating season, trilling half a chorus before frost snaps its ambition. You envy its folly, that brief, warm explosion of hope against the cold. Then ice reclaims the air, stitching the night shut again, seamless as a thief's lie. Your shadow stretches thin, reaching for vanished notes like a beggar's hand. Moonlight bleeds the color from your mittens, ashy smudges against the relentless white. That stubborn G-sharp flickers once more in your marrow, a tuning fork struck against frozen bone before dissolving into the watchman's approaching jingle. Snow begins, slow fat flakes muffling the world's edges. Each one lands with a hush, absorbing stray vibrations, burying the flute's last gasp. You tilt your face upward, letting winter scribble its erase marks across your skin, until even the memory of sound feels like a dream you've half invented. The cold has teeth now, biting clean through coat seams, nursing grudges older than Lviv's foundations. You trudge toward the gate's final rasp, knowing no one will record tonight's lost concert. But 4 blocks north, a baker's daughter stirs her dream filled with unfamiliar music. She'll wake craving honey cakes, never guessing why. His lantern creaks, a dim pendulum slicing through bruised purple darkness as you match the watchman's shuffle step. Frost grinds beneath worn boot leather, each crunched crystal louder than coins in a pauper's cup. 14th century laws demanded all Lviv night guards carry clay whistles, though ours pockets rosemary sprigs for luck instead. You wonder if he knows 18th century Vienna paid watchmen with carrots, believing orange roots cured night blindness better than moonlight on snow. A keyring sways at his hip, iron teeth chattering like skeletons' laughter. Street lamps gulp their last oil, wicks drowning in wax tears, while his mittens betray 3 unraveling fingers. Historians still argue whether gated cities slept safer, or just trapped thieves inside for breakfast larceny. The cold inhales deep and thorough, stealing warmth from your joints one creak at a time. He pauses beneath the loot-maker's shuttered stall, touching its lintel like a nervous bride strokes her veil. Folk tales claim wooden hinges here hold 12 generations of whispered secrets. But maybe that's Carpenter Guild propaganda. You count his exhales, each puff a ghost rider, galloping into blackness. Before his tools jingle onward, ice has sculpted his beard into chandelier prisms, each breath adding another frozen droplet to the art. 5 centuries ago, a guard drowned in his own ice mustache during the Frost Fair of 1523, a cautionary tale mothers still misuse. You resist the urge to snap off a crystal, suddenly craving lemon sherbet from childhood summers. His lantern light licks a butcher's sign, revealing faded bloodstains even snow can't bleach. 12 pig feet once hung there as anti-theft talismans, until Mayor Thaddeus Band hooved Horror Dacre in 1689. Your chuckle hangs visible, a captured cloud that startles the watchman into glancing back. His eyes gleam wet and wary as he grips his cudgel's splintered handle. Frost magnifies every shuffle, turning your tread into glacier cracks. Across a silent film set, across the square, a propped broom impersonates a lurking thief, until wind knocks it sideways with theatrical flair. He sighs, reciting what might be a prayer or Polish multiplication tables, then scrapes frozen snot from his sleeve. Between this patrol and dawn, 1,000 more steps will gnaw holes through his soles. 3 keys shine brighter than others, their brass kiss-worn smooth by 80 winters of lock marriages. You overhear their names whispered during lulls: Adela Ignacy, Werenica, the triumvirate guarding market, Gate's stubborn heart. His wheeze sinks with the lantern's grown 13 steps per labored breath, a dirge composed by exhaustion. Hunger stirs your own belly, echoing his gurgle, duetting with the frozen drain pipe's thunk-crackle chorus. A night watch ration, approved in 1397 surfaces in your mind. Horsebread soaked in beer, though his pocket holds only pickled beet wedges. 17 o'clock's distant toll shivers through alleyways, clawing at shutters hungry for breakfast. He paws a doorframe, checking for warmth from illegal hearths, but finds only stone teeth biting back. Waxed parchment windows mock his scrutiny, glowing faintly with foxfire, or maybe just 2 a.m. delusions. 29 ember pits he's fined this year, 29 tenants curse at his echoing tread, tomorrow's kindling already whispering revenge. Mice scatter between his boots, braver than bandits, darting toward sausages left dangling in smokehouse rafters. 5 chestnut carts ago, he might have swung his club now. He blesses their tiny thefts with indifference. Winter squeezes stars into diamond dust above, countless frozen eyes judging his dwindling resolve. At well of the 3 grudges, he pauses to adjust a sock, exposing toes red as the paprika stalls final haul. Legend claims this well never froze, even during the great icicle summer of 1711. But tonight, its bucket dangles like a fossilized fruit. He kicks the crank, producing a high-pitched whine that that sends bats flapping from the town hall's eaves. His mittens find a flask, pausing to let psoriasis brandy sear his throat, then offers you an imaginary sip. The caretakers of Lviv save their strongest rye for night sentries, a tradition older than cobblestones. But that might be another tavern fib. Moths orbit his lantern, toasting their wings for 3 seconds of glory before spinning into darkness. Shutters rattle somewhere, scripting ghost stories for gullible tourists come spring. You flinch, translating the sound into burglars' drunks, wind deciding wins the kindest lie. His shoulders stiffen ready for phantom skirmishes, then slump when no threat emerges. That's the 7th false alarm tonight, or possibly the 30th. He quit counting when his ink froze. The cold switches tactics, needling through scarf folds, finding the weak spot above your collarbone. Dawn feels less like a promise, more like a taunting rumor spread by optimists who've never pulled winter duty. Another hour collapses, beaten into submission by his trudging boots, leaving its frost blood on every stoop. He coughs, a sound splintering icicles off stable roofs, signaling the universe's indifference. His grandmother's remedy echoes uselessly: goose grease and honey, ingredients sacrificed yesterday to erstay a morning's porridge disaster. Somewhere, a steeple clock vomits another half hour, its clang soaking into hungry silence. Turning a corner, he recoils from his own silhouette, a bear-shaped horror painted on the baker's wall. Fear curdles his breath until the shadow mockingly copies his fed-up shrug. Number of times he's drawn his blade tonight, once to spear a suspiciously thievy-looking snowdrift, embarrassment still warm under 4 wool layers. Pigeons strafe his head, vengeance for disturbed roof dreams, depositing luck on his left shoulder. Tomorrow's laundry problem hardly registers. He's prioritizing survival minute by creaking minute. Even his yawns freeze half-born, shattering on the cobbles like dropped teacups by the tanner's vats, rank with memory of summer hides. He whispers to Saint Agnes, patron of chilled foot bones. You almost miss his words, swept away by breeze thieves, but catch merciful numbness and bastard frost. Historians would scalp you for recording that prayer deviation. Their scrolls prefer sanitized nightly oaths, not a watchman's blistered truth. A child's lost mitten glows blue in his lantern light, finger pods outstretched like a starfish seeking land. He nudges it against a doorstep, hoping for reunion, knowing it'll become a mouse nest by sunrise. Your own fingers pulse inside gloves, begging for hearths you won't see for hours. When he checks the cobalt trader's padlock, a shoddy fake bought from that bandy-legged smith in Pottle, his snort fogs 3 panes. 17 years ago, this shop stored indigo worth more than his lifetime wages. Tonight, it hoards dust and outdated ledgers. The moon bleaches everything to shades of doubt, gray, grayer, grayest, before shifting behind spiteful clouds. Wind rifles through his coat, plundering last warmth reserves. exposing his spine's blueprint through thinning wool. He considers the joy of abandoning his post, forging westward until his soles disintegrate. But duty's chain yanks tighter than frost's grip. 512 steps until the guardhouse brazier, each one an argument between muscles and mind. His oil lamp dims, devoured by thirsty night, forcing him to shake its last glimmers awake. You mirror the motion, a pointless solidarity, as darkness thickens like congealed stew. One communal exhale hangs between you, a frozen confession of shared suffering before shattering on the unrelenting cobblestones. 3 streets over, a lover's quarrel defies curfew, hissing Polish obscenities like steam from a kettle. He pinches his nose, torn between intervention and self-preservation, then pretends not to understand conjugal dialects. 28 years married, his own Helena prefers silent sulks, which he now counts as marital mercy. Approaching the gelding's trough, he smashes its rime crust out of spite or kindness to dawn's drinkers. The ice wails, protesting violation, but yields water kept liquid by some depth-held grudge. His reflection splinters across black surface, 100 warped watchers frowning up, until he stomps them into oblivion. Fatigue makes allies of enemies now, cold and exhaustion linking arms to drag him curbward. He recalls garrison rumors of sentries napping upright, frozen into human posts until spring thaw, and fights his eyelids with garlic-tinged breath. Your own knees chime in, suggesting a nice collapse onto that baker's flour sacks. But duty's a cruel choir conductor. The final stretch yawns ahead, a gauntlet of misaligned cobbles thirsting for twisted ankles. Dawn remains a mathematician's conjecture, unsolvable at this hour. As he fumbles for optimism, like spare buttons in linty pockets, even rats have abandoned their watch, nesting deep in the Rathaus clock tower's scandalously warm gears. Lantern extinguished, its hiss draws a line under tonight's chapter of endurance. He leans into a doorway, cheek meeting, wood so cold it brands him, and exhales 12 years' worth of sighs. Another hour endured, another shift owed to Lviv's insatiable night, swallowed whole, like a dumpling too hot for mortals. Oak groans meet oak, a thirsty sound, as the final gap between market gates' doors vanishes. You stand where sunlight pooled just an hour ago. Now only crumbled sage and hoofprints mark the stones. 14th century laws demanded these hinges swing shut before full dark, though tonight's closure feels more funeral than formality. A breeze sneaks through the last crack, snatching your scarf end in its escape before darkness seals the square hole. 3 iron crossbeams slide home, each thud deeper than the last, shaking pigeons from rooftops into panicked spirals. Their wings clap the air like wet laundry hitting stone, a startled rhythm fading toward the cathedral spire. Locals say kissing the gate's south hinge ensures safe journeys, so generations of lip grease gleam on rusted metal. You imagine merchant wives puckering up at dawn, lipstick staining the iron like crushed berries, before wagon wheels carried their men eastward. Dust motes swarm in the final lantern gleam, a drunk ballet with no music left. Historians still argue whether daily gate rituals prevented invasions or just gave bored guards something to annotate in duty logs. Your boot scuffs a pear stem dropped during noon's frenzy, now jaunty as an exiled comma. Twilight licks the archway's carvings, lions and grapes, and something that might be a badly chiseled sheep, flattening them into shadow puppets. Up close, the oak wears centuries of scratches, price tallies, love vows, and 1853's cholera quarantine marks. One groove spells Marta Esladziutki in shaky cursive, claimed by locals as a 13-year-old's declaration against an arranged marriage. The left door holds bullet pocks from a 1918 potato riot, though guides swear their medieval arrow strikes for better tips. 3 splinters drift down, one lodging in your collar, as the wood settles into its nightly embrace. Silence thickens, a soup left to cool, until your own breath becomes the loudest intruder. Even the fountain's stone cherubs pause their peeing, water choked off at sunset by some miserly valve. You catch the fading scent of someone's pipe tobacco, vanishing like steam from a just slammed kettle. All day this archway belched out merchants, beggars, Orthodox priests, and that one German tourist hunting authentic pickle souvenirs. Now its throat clamps shut. A guardsman spits on the threshold, a ritual older than his grandfather's uniform, before jiggling each lock like testing loose teeth. 14th century artisans designed these bolts to scream if opened after dark. But 300 winters have rusted their voices hoarse. His keys, heavy as a jailer's heart, dangle from a belt strained thin by decades of duty feasts. You count 7 distinct creaks, one per lock, each protesting this forcible nightly chastity. High above the clock tower's moonlit face shows 9, but everyone knows it gained 15 minutes when struck by lightning in 1924. Your neck cranes, searching for bats, but only a starved-looking moon glares back. Someone's laundry line snaps 2 streets over, shirts plummeting like surrendering ghosts, as the last shop shutter rattles agreement. Coolness climbs your legs, night rising from cobblestones like groundwater, as bricks shed their daytime warmth. That one loose stone near the chandler's stall sinks deeper, a tired molar begging extraction, kissed daily by cartwheels and hurried heels. 3 petals from the florist's unsold bouquet catch in a draft, dodging your grasp like minnows, before plastering themselves against piss-stained walls. Footsteps approach, then pivot sharply, as some nosy local recognizes that lock-up finality. The square belongs to strays and echoes now, an emptied stage awaiting shadow playwrights. Your toes curl involuntarily, stocking seems snagging on nail tips, while the guard hums a wedding march off-key. He's thinking of his daughter's upcoming vows, or maybe tomorrow's sausage ration. Face softened by whatever's sweeter than this civic drudgery. Wind shoulders through alleys. Try to steal your hat, laughing when you clutch it like a widower pearls. A torn playbill skitters past, advertising last week's terrible operetta. Gounod's Faust performed by hungover dentistry students. Every doorjamb exhales, joints loosening after hours forced upright. As shutters along Galician street blink, awake, with candle stubs behind them. 3 stories up, a nursemaid whisks curtains shut, snipping off your glimpse of painted ceiling roses. A decade back, workers restoring that apartment cracked open a wall, finding 6 mummified cats posed to ward off plague. But tonight's shadows keep their paws clean. Below, the last key surrenders with a sound like a walnut cracking, its duty done, until dawn's first argument over cabbage prices. Wood whispers against stone, 1,000 splinters learning patience, as the guard leans into doors already shut. Pressure becomes his final offering, a shoulder prayer to whatever gods oversee bolts and bureaucracy. The right panel sports a handprint in axle grease, some teamster's crude farewell after delivering Hungarian wine, now black as a pirate's grin in gloom. You taste metal whether from the locks or the evening air, a penny bitterness coating your tongue. Pigeon down drifts across the threshold, gray fluff, too lazy to flee rising damp. While 3 streets west, a drunk sobs into his third best waistcoat. The guard's boothiel grinds the spit puddle he made earlier, erasing that small, wet blasphemy against urban order. Silence spreads, molten and total, drowning even your heartbeat's percussion. Not even the tailor's skeletal clock dares tick now, its hands frozen at the hour. His arthritis got too fierce for fine stitches. A barrel scrapes cement nearby, brewery workers rolling tomorrow's buzz toward cellar darkness, their curses muted by thick stone. The guard wipes his nose on a USSR-era sleeve, threadbare, as his pension prospects, before nodding to shadows only he trusts. You think of 13 other gates sealing across Lviv, tonight smaller, less dramatic, but holding equal darkness at bay. A splash echoes from the fishmonger's abandoned stall, rainwater, finding a bucket too late to matter. Its plink fading into the city's ignored symphony. One final shudder runs through the doors below your hearing, felt through souls more than ears, as centuries of oak resign themselves to stillness. Your lungs rebel, starved for movement, sucking air that tastes of rust and yesterday's onions. Somewhere, a street dog's whimper knits itself into the wind, then dissolves like sugar in cold tea. When the guard trudges away, whistling to scare off ghosts, he doesn't believe in your shadow stays pressed against the locked promise of morning squabbles. For this one held breath between lanterns and lamplight, Lviv belongs to bats and borrowed silence, and the slow certainty of locked doors, loving nothing but their own keeping. Metal surrenders in the guard's grip, more sigh than protest, as the last key grinds home. A resonance shivers up your arm like teeth set on edge. Homage to 16th century locksmiths who distilled burglar frustration into cast iron. Legend claims a lovesick apprentice hid his sweetheart's braid inside this lock core hair oil, keeping the mechanism slick for 3 centuries. But tonight's struggle suggests even ghostly hairdressing has retirement plans. Your knuckles brush rust blooming like geranium petals, orange flakes, dusting the keyhole's weathered frown. 10 generations of guards have polished this groove smooth, fingertip sweat etching deeper than winter's frost. Poland's King Jan Sobieski gifted Lviv newer gates after lifting the Ottoman siege. Yet this stubborn original clung to duty, outlasting empires through sheer spite. The key bows, twisted steel remembering its birth in Kassai's forges. A Transylvanian duke's paranoid whim made manifest one splintered oak shaving at a time. 3 revolutions tried outlawing this locking ritual: Jacobins and Bolsheviks and digital age reformers. But the gate prefers its arthropod ballet of wards and levers. Historian types still bicker whether these mechanisms deterred Crimean raiders or just trapped unlucky geese inside during market days. You catch the scent of the guard's lunch, dill pickles, and rye crust mingling with oxidized metal as he leans into the final twist. The lock's heart groans, a bass note felt in molars rather than heard, as tumblers collapse like drunk infantrymen. Your souls register the vibration through cobblestones laid when Shakespeare still tweaked sonnets. Guidebooks swear the sound mimics Queen Jadwig's death rattle, but that's bunk sold to tourists clutching Zelodi coins. Truth is the noise resembles a possum choking on a wedding ring, guttural and oddly final. Stray daylight flees up the Keystone Arch, abandoning carved grapevines to shadow's tender custody. One stubborn pigeon feather levitates in the lock's exhalation, twirling like a ballerina mid-pirouette before gutter mud claims its ambition. You recall medieval law demanded this keyway as much as the mayor's scapegoat during plague years. A morbid bit of civic balance, now reduced to tavern trivia. 7 other locks brace the gate, their chorus already muted, leaving this senior sentinel to close the symphony. Guards nicknamed it Babsha, grandmother, for its arthritic reluctance and iron gray patina. Someone glued a tiny cent, Nicholas medal to its bow last nativity, now tarnished to a dull smudge beside century-deep scratch marks. The guard mutters what might be a prayer or a butcher's invoice as tendons stand ridge-like on his wrist. His index finger blooms a fresh paper cut, a crimson bead swelling where key met resistance. Tax records from 1789 complain about lock-induced delay wages. Proof bureaucracy bites harder than any mechanism. Heat bleeds from the metal beneath your palm, daytime warmth chased off by key's rude invasion, as the mechanism swallows its own tail with a clank. 3 windows flicker alive in nearby tenements, curtained witnesses to this small nightly apocalypse of closure. Your nostrils prickle with the tang of sulfur wicks, lamplighters, beginning their serpentine route toward the Piarzykora fountain. Silence spreads like dropped honey, slow, thick, sweet in its totality. Even the marmalade vendor's cat pauses its gutter patrol, one paw aloft, sensing the shift in urban tides. You count 6 heartbeats before distant cartwheels dare resume their cobblestone clatter life, bending around the gate's sealed reality. The key emerges victorious, slightly warmer than flesh, its teeth gleaming with microscopic oak scars. January frosts bite these mechanisms hardest. 1947's record cold welded 3 locks shut until priests splashed them with miraculous goat's milk. Your glove snags on a minuscule imperfection near the bow, some long-dead smith's fingerprint preserved in reluctant metal. Wind riffles the guard's duty roster clipped to his belt, paper edges fluttering like captive sparrows. He exhales through his nose, gray mustache bristling, as if expelling the day's accumulated futilities. Municipal law still requires him to shout Grad Samkniety post-locking, though only alley drunkards and stray dogs remain to hear. Your shadow stretches gaunt across the stones, legs merging with door shadows into some many-limbed temple guardian. Somewhere a street fiddler tests an E string, the note fluttering broken-winged toward rooftops, as shutters continue their incremental surrender to candle glow. That stubborn petal from Section 9's forgotten rose trembles in a crack, blood red against gray oak, refusing to acknowledge the finale. The guard pockets the key leather pouch, sagging against his thigh like a spent udder. You imagine 7 generations of his family reflected in that motion. Great-grandfathers who closed these gates against Cossacks, cousins who sealed them under Goebbels' propaganda posters, all reduced to this single shrug against cosmic disorder. His boot crushes a chestnut husk, abandoned by September's harvest, the pop louder than any drum roll. 4 street lamps gutter to life down Katrelna Street, their jaundiced light pooling around trash bins and luckless weeds. Viennese engineers installed the first gas lines here in 1863, convinced modernity would bleach away Lviv's stubborn medieval soul. Yet these stones still whisper older truths, echoing under tram clatter and techno beat alike. You taste dust and impending rain, ionized air, priming the square for nocturne dramas. That contentious sheep carving overhead grows horns as shadows stretch, a Neolithic god winking from its wooden prison. Someone's laundry detergent drifts from third-story lines, faux lavender clashing with horse dung and ancient mortar. The guard hawks phlegm, aiming for a drought-starved geranium pot, then glances at his wristwatch's cracked face. His shift ended 6 minutes ago, but ritual outranks union rules in the square. His pension calculations can wait, along with the daughter's dowry worries, and the molar that's been throbbing since Advent. 3 adolescents scuttle across a northern alley, hoodies raised against cameras, and cold alike, their laughter sharp as broken window glass. The gate ignores them, its duty discharged, content to play splintered sphinx until dawn's first cartwheel complaint, your own breath fogs, briefly animating the St. Nicholas medal before night steals its silvered plume. Something shifts inside the gate's massive planks, a contraction felt through souls rather than heard, as centuries of resin acknowledge captivity. That dude from Krakow's architecture journal could lecture for hours about wood expansion coefficients. But truth lives in this creak, this groan, this reluctant embrace of enforced stillness. The guard pats the door, a cattleman soothing his last bull before the abattoir, then turns toward Widdock cafes, beckoning neon. His keys jangle a Morse code message, dot dash dash of freedom, clashing against duty's anchor. You remain, ear pressed to oak, listening for the lock's dreams of Slovakian forests and long-dead carpenter's axes. Coolth bleeds upward now, cobbles leaching Augusts, borrowed warmth back to the earth's cold core. Your thighs recall stone benches and summer flirtations, both equally fleeting when Twilight's key turns. A moth batters the nearest street lamp, drawn to light that arrived 70 years too late for its metamorphosis, wings beating funeral tempo against hot glass. Twilight's last convulsion dyes the stone's mercury silver, a final staining before full dark hegemony. Somewhere near the old well, a wine bottle shatters the noise, swallowed before reaching fifth syllables. This silence feels different from midnight's deeper hush, pregnant with unspent laughter, and cheeses aging in cellars, and arguments paused mid-insult. You step back, heel catching on that loose stone that's tripped drunks and debutantes, since Galicia still meant something. Historians still argue whether the gate's true function was defense, or merely forcing merchants to pay twice for stall permits. Streetlight catches your watch face, proof that minutes still exist beyond these oak sentinels, though night's currency flows richer without such paltry reckoning. Wind tests the gate's resolve, fingering cracks and wormholes, but finds no purchase tonight. 10,000 evenings of practice make oak immune to breeze-born sedition. Your nape prickles, sense memory of childhood doors, locking behind you schools and confessionals, and amusement park turnstiles clicking shut on possibility. The guard's silhouette blurs at Galician Square's edge, folded into shadows and cigarette smoke, and his own shrugging retirement countdown. His grandchild probably sleeps now, cheek dimpled against mattress stitches, drifting through dreams where keys unlock candy orchards rather than municipal burdens. Lviv inhales, holding its breath against the stars' indifferent glitter, as the final click's echo dissolves into brickwork. Your hand withdraws, still humming with the key's stubborn vibration, skin remembering what daylight will make you forget. Night thickens, its syrup poured viscous and unmeasured, filling the square's bowl to the brim. Even the indigent saints in their weathered alcoves seem to hunch deeper into stone cowls. You smell bakeries testing tomorrow's batch. With predatory yeast, feel tremors from trams rendezvousing at depot termini. Hear violin rosin drying like tears on a widower's pillow. One last tremor runs through the gate's lower hinges, a protest from an apprentice ghost still yoked to his master's forge. Your souls register it, a minor earthquake confined to 6 cobblestones. Then stillness stakes its territorial claim. Blood-warm air escapes your lungs, frosting into brief ghosts above the threshold. Each plume a silent requiem for daylight's casualties. The city's pulse skips just once before darkness seals the envelope until milk carts return, keys retire, locks dream, and Lviv, mouth stoppered against night's thicker wine, begins the laborious process of forgetting. Your shadow stretches thin as the last street lamp chokes, its glass prison buzzing with surrender. Marmalade darkness pools, where your shoes meet cobblestones polished by 7 centuries of escaping daylight. A museum quill would record this moment as 9:42 p.m. But Lviv's night mocks wristwatch arithmetic. Moonlight sneaks through a cloud's torn seam, silvering the shutters along Srpska Street. 1864's gas lamps once hissed here, until a droshky driver mistook one for Satan's cigar stub and hurled a pickle jar. You smell attic dust and yeast ghosts drifting from Mrs. Lesiv's shuttered bakery, her sourdough starter older than Franz Joseph's sideburns. Historians still argue whether these alleys twist to confuse invaders or just drunk university students. 3 bricks below the Piarzykora fountain, a communist-era time capsule molders, allegedly containing Brezhnev's eyebrow pencil and a disco mixtape. You sidestep a puddle reflecting Orion's belt, its stars smeared by diesel rainbows. Your nape prickles, phantom sensation of watchful gargoyles perched, since Casimir III paid masons in mead and mutton. Something crunches underfoot, a spectacled tourist's lost lens, now wedged between cobbles like a misplaced monocle. 10 generations of pigeons have plotted attacks from St. George's domes, but even their cooing silences, as true darkness achieves total supremacy. That Bulgarian curator swears door knockers vibrate at midnight with accumulated secrets, though he also sniffs library glue for fun. Wind unbraids itself from the gate's ironwork, carrying whispers of unpaid dowries and smuggled Zauberschatch boards. The last tram's echo fades near High Castle Hill, where hedgehogs conduct illicit beetle markets under ferns. Your breath fogs, briefly mimicking the station master's vanished steam engine before dissolving into nothingness. A cat pads across the abandoned flower stalls, its shadow merging with night, until only topaz eyes betray its passage. You recall Lviv's great snowless winter, 1883, when swimmers broke the frozen Poltva River using flamingo-shaped pry bars. Stone saints exhale dampness from their niches, beards glistening with condensation, older than radio static. Your heel finds the loose cobble near Vermenska Street, 37 millimeters of perpetual mischief, rocking it like a baby tooth. Darkness welds shutters to walls, erases chalk price, lists from blackboards, swallows the blue numbers above doorframes. Somewhere behind Galicia Bank, a basset hound howls at Leo Tolstoy's stern-faced mural, convinced the beard hides sausages. Street lamps gutter 1, 3, 7, plunging the milk money district into bat squeak blackness. W. Ladislaw's clock tower surrenders its face, golden numerals, dissolving into Gothic brick soup. You smell the electric dandruff of dying bulbs, ozone and resignation, as night claims its shift without punches. Silence thickens, broken only by your jacket's zipper whispering heresies against the wool. Earliest city statutes find innkeepers for overly resonant snoring, attacks on decibel dreams. Your thumbnail picks at the gate's splinter, a souvenir of Ottoman carpentry hiding under 30 lacquer coats. Far off, the Prasvita Theater coughs up its final playgoers, laughter shredding like cellophane in a cathedral. Their taxi doors slam, each percussive pop answered by clicking beetle wings underfoot. 6 drains gurgle yesterday's storm, singing a roundelay older than indoor plumbing. You pivot, left boot squeaking like a rusted weather vane, toward metal shadow lane's lightless gullet. Winter stars pierce the woolen sky, stalactites of ancient fire, as the Rose Duke statue adjusts its sword in the gloom. Municipal gardeners swear their topiaries twitch after curfew, privately blaming vodka and Romany curses. Now the darkness becomes tactile, brushing your cheeks like crow feathers, pooling in collar hollows, seeping under cuffs. The gate's locked breath cools your spine through layers of tweed and doubt. 17 forgotten languages swirl in the city's foundation cracks. Words for fog, hunger, mercy, that Polish tongue can't cage. Your knees crack, bony applause for time's relentless vaudeville as you step beyond the gate's protective radius. Air shifts, drafts braiding alley warmth with graveyard exhalations, while your shadow dissolves entirely. A single window ignites 6 stories above, revealing a woman binding her hair with shadow stuff, then vanishes. Lviv unbuttons its waistcoat, spilling rivers of black silk down side streets, each thread humming with dormant histories, mouths you've kissed, doors you've locked, lies you've polished to gemstone brightness, all sink beneath night's Tarthic mercy. Only the taste of imminent snow remains, tongue pressed to heaven's cold underbelly as the final lamp surrenders its halo. Muted footsteps follow or lead or echo from 1859. It hardly matters now. You exhale a constellation, your body no longer casting opposition to the star-sown void, as darkness lifts Lviv like a swaddled infant against its sternum. Sleep claims the watchman's missing molar. The cobblestones wobble, the gate's arthritic complaints. Stars rewrite their recipes for oblivion, using your breath as ink, as Lviv dissolves into a puzzle only night knows how to hold. Your shadow melts into cobblestones, worn smooth by 800 years of twilight feet. Breath fogs, then dissolves, like steam from teacups left on winter windowsills. The gate's iron latch whispers shut, a sound softer than felted piano hammers. Cool air strokes your brow gentle as Mrs. Lessiv's sliding dough into ovens long gone. Even Orion stops hunting, his starry belt loosened by night's velvet fingers. Let gargoyles nap now, their stony eyelids heavy with dew. Pigeons tuck beaks under folded wings, dreaming of breadcrumbs like scattered pearl necklaces. That loose cobblestone near Vermenska Street still rocks, but softer now, a lullaby for tired foundations. Darkness needs the city's shoulders, knots unspooling from rafters and rafters. Your knees sigh, not in protest, but relief at surrendering gravity's pull. Wool coat wraps you like attic dust, cradles forgotten letters. Hear that, not silence, but the hum of sleeping bricks. Street lamp ghosts waltz behind your eyelids, golden pollen drifting from dead bulbs. Moonlight, now just a comma, fades into the margin. Your pockets hold nothing but lint and calm. Let eyelids fall like shutters on Serbska Street. Let breath sink with dripping drains, their song older than water pipes. Snowflakes brush your cheeks, cool feathers dissolving before they land. Stars blur into milk spill, phosphorus dreams on black velvet. The gate sleeps. The stones sleep. Even Leo Tolstoy's beard softens into shadow yarn. Night lifts you weightless into its woolen embrace. Lviv murmurs a suffix, half word, half sigh against your hairline. Let go of hinges, of latches, of lenses lost between cobbles. Darkness isn't absence, but the city breathing you in. Hush, hush. Your footsteps have already dissolved like sugar in midnight tea. Dream of yeast ghosts rising in warm ovens, of topaz cat eyes blinking once, then never opening.